goals.
A 15-year plan.
For everyone. Everywhere.
With no one left behind.
We will live in a world
where nobody
anywhere lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
Where no one wakes in the morning
asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world where no child has to die
of diseases we know how to cure.
And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world
where everyone
goes to school. And education gives us the knowledge
and skills
for a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities
to thrive
and be powerful
and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is held down.
Our children and grandchildren will live better than we do, is a common familiar phrase. And in this phrase lies an unshakable faith in progress. In most of our societies, this progress is inevitably associated with growth and resource consumption. At the beginning of the 1970s, this belief in progress was very widespread. Humanity had traveled to space and put a man on the moon. Nuclear power plants were being built to supply the energy of the future. And a few American tinkerers were developing the first home computer in a garage. And precisely at this time, a book appears that said in its core statement, "Unlimited growth is not good for humanity, but evil." The authors belonged to the Club of Rome, a think tank that was not well known at that time. But when they published the book, The Limits to Growth in 1972, it triggered great changes. The Club of Rome became famous and had a great impact on the minds of both experts and lay people. For many, the Club of Rome is an important reminder of our times. So please join me now in welcoming Professor Dr. Petra Künkel. She's a member of the Executive Committee of the International Club of Rome and the founder of the Collective Leadership Institute in Berlin. As someone who has not only accompanied, but also led the Club of Rome over the years, we look forward to hearing her astute inside views. Professor Künkel, you have the floor.
Welcome. Welcome to all of you. We would like to today look at how can we balance planet, purpose, and profit. And what, for me, the most important aspect of this is how can we become stewards of economic systems transformations. That sounds like a big deal, but I think there are lots of little steps that are really, really important. And I would like to begin with a story. I think it was the year 1992 when I was working in Zimbabwe, being a business advisor to several cooperatives. And at that time, Zimbabwe was an emerging country in terms of, hopefulness. And it was also a country, with a lot of thriving people. We all know that has changed due to a lot of circumstances and due to a dictatorship. And at that time already in 1992, there was a clear weather pattern changing. So it didn't start raining. Normally in October, it would start raining, and it didn't start raining for 4 weeks. So when it finally started raining, people were dancing in the streets. So it was really a lot of joy. But it was also clear that climate change, in retrospect, we can say climate change had already begun. So farming in rural areas was terribly difficult. There was a drought, and there was a divided country with a preference for white industrial agriculture, and many, many failing attempts to actually balance the society. There was a homegrown structural adjustment program and a lot of poor people. And then, what happened? There was a civil war, dictatorship, and the way back to democracy and economic performance is a very, very long way for Zimbabwe. So let me jump into 2022 in Germany. I'm living in the northern Germany, and I'm singing in a choir in a very small town nearby. And the other day, not just a couple of weeks ago, we were sitting there in this huge building and doing our exercises. And suddenly it started raining. And people were getting up and thinking, wow, rain, finally rain. So in northern Germany now in 2022, we have droughts, we have fires, everywhere in Europe, in Australia, in California, we have reduced harvests in agriculture, and we have a tendency for division of society. Poorer people become poorer, particularly also with the energy crisis, with the Ukraine war, and the richer becoming richer, and there is a rise of right-wing thinking, and there is a rise of clinging to authoritarian rules. So it is quite interesting how there are similarities that we normally wouldn't realize. So the question, how can we balance planet, purpose, and profit, needs to be thought about on this background. And I think for now it is important that we just kind of remind us, we all know what profit is, but let's remember profit describes the financial benefit realized when the revenue generated from our business exceeds the expenses and the costs and the taxes involved, etc. So it is really profit is necessary for sustaining and for reinvesting into a business. But profit that is just pocketed and not reinvested either in the business or into our future is probably a misunderstanding that has developed, almost pathological misunderstanding that has developed over the last, I don't know how many years, probably a couple of hundred, but particularly in the last 50 years. So this means that the current understanding that it's totally okay to just extract and then pocket profits as cash into wealth of myself or other shareholders, it is quite an outdated way of looking at business. So this means it's inviting not only competition between companies, that is to a certain degree good, but it's not good if certain companies grow and grow and grow and grow and others just kind of fail. It is also giving rise to a kind of profit mindset where it seems to be okay to extract whatever capital, be it natural capital or be it human capital, and then build my own wealth around this. So what we need to remember is at the moment, the poorest 50% of people in the world take less than 15% in total earnings, while the richest 10% take more than 40%. In many regions, it's closer to 60%. So that across the globe, but also within country, the distribution of wealth has been completely uneven. And we think that doesn't matter. But if we look back to Zimbabwe, then it really, really matters. So it's really time for an upgrade of the way we distribute wealth, the way we work with an economic model that seems to destabilize societies, and for sure, with an extractive mindset, it's destabilizing the planet. So then, how can we balance planet, profit, and purpose? So the question has a very easy answer. We can't. We can't, because the way we look at profits at the moment, it's probably impossible in the way we operate with profits at the moment to balance them with purpose, with planet, and particularly also with people. So, but this is not about going back to socialism and kind of playing capitalism versus socialism, but it is looking very clearly that both economic systems, socialism and capitalism, are built on domination systems, on kind of the idea that some people are worth more than others, or that some people need to be wealthier than others. And also in socialism and communism, there was quite a widespread accumulation of wealth. So both systems, capitalism and socialism, have actually failed people, and they have failed the planet. So the issue is really about, and that's the part of the question that is important, what is about purpose? What's the purpose of economies? So how can we move beyond socialism, beyond capitalism, into life-serving economies that build people's and societies' resilience and planetary resilience, and more than resilience, that build vitality? So the question, how can we balance planet, purpose, and profit, in the year 2022 is actually an outdated question. So let's try and rephrase this question. And my suggestion is to ask, how can we balance planetary vitality, people's vitality, and business vitality? So if we do that, the purpose is already inherent in the question. Let's just look at vitality, and particularly at systems vitality, because here it is about the vitality of different subsystems that are interdependent and that are interlocked. So the systems vitality then is the capability of social and ecological systems, the larger and the smaller systems, to develop, maintain, and renew their resilience and vitality in collaboration and interaction with other systems that also need to be resilient and vital without endangering the vitality of other systems. So if we go back to profit, the way we extract profits today in our economic systems is often to the detriment of other systems, of people, of nature, of the planet as a whole. If we change this question and ask, how can we balance planetary vitality with people's vitality and business vitality, that is leading us into moving into a different path. Now, the issue of sustainable and responsible value chains are no longer an issue of compliance or a reaction to pressure by consumers, but it is a necessity, because we start asking us, how can we do our business and have a vital business while also contributing to societal vitality and to the vitality of people in the value chain. So we wouldn't just buy coffee in a very intransparent trading system, but we would look at how can coffee farmers thrive, and how can all the different elements, all the different producers that are along the coffee value chain, how can they also thrive while we get the coffee and have a wonderful coffee for our consumers? We know that this has already happened in like smaller value chains, in so-called niche markets, but this needs to become the mainstream market. And so it is with textiles, so it is with electronic goods, so it is with plastics, so it is with cocoa, so it is with all other kind of value chains. So we would, if we ask this question around planetary peoples and business vitality, we would immediately begin to walk towards a circular economy. And even in industries like plastic, where this is a huge task, a huge transformation task, we would really walk the path and in order to be able to answer this question in a positive way, so that we can really work towards planetary vitality. So the reframing of the question helps us to act differently and to develop different strategies. And so we begin very practically to exchange our economic system into one that is really life-serving. And the interesting part is that this part, we hit limits. As a company, as a corporation, we can only do so much. And we see that once we ask this question, we actually need to collaborate with different stakeholders. We need to collaborate with the public sector. We need to collaborate with governments, because we need different framework conditions that give us a better level playing field, so that we are not the only company walking this path. We may need support, as we can see at the moment in the energy crisis in some countries, and we need to also work together with different actors, with civil society actors, with communities. We may even work together with consumers. And it is so interesting if you look at the plastic industry. If they want to change into a circular economy strategy, the whole value chain shifts, because they need to step out of fossil fuel value chains, and they need to actually become more familiar with the value chain of recycling plastics, because so they need to kind of find different people to work with. They need to change their internal organizations, etc. So the issue is that this question reframed brings us from competition and domination into collaboration and partnerships, and that is so extremely important. So if that's the case, we can really say the purpose of businesses is not profit. Yes, we need profit. Profit is important in order to reinvest, in order to be able to invest in the society, to invest into the future. But the purpose of business is business vitality in conjunction with societal and planetary vitality. So that purpose now moves into the foreground. And this means that we now serve the planet and we serve people as business, and that is okay. And that is not just non-profit. Profit businesses can serve the planet and can serve people, and there are many examples already. But we also contribute to trust in societies, and if we contribute to trust in societies, we help to close the gap between poor and rich, and we help to build resilient social systems. What we also do, we start caring for life. We start caring for people, we start caring for societies. And this is not just kind of this little pocket in our company that is called corporate social responsibility, but it becomes part and parcel of the overall strategy of the company. So, but that is quite interesting because that brings us to asking new questions around what actually needs to change in our economic systems. And it is so important to understand that if we look at the economy, we often think the economy is the market economy, but that may be true in our current system. But actually, it is kind of very distorted view. If you look at what I call the market-based economy, then at the moment we have a completely imbalanced situation. We have a market-based economy with a neoliberal economic model that basically pervades everything, every level of our global society, even the private life, everything is like almost invaded by this market-based economy. And this isn't kind of market-based economy isn't bad because, we need the market. We need a lot of freedom in the market because the market is basically something very natural. It is, it's a self-organizing issue. But if it's not really self-organizing as it is at the moment, because it's so imbalanced that people with a lot of power in the market can actually guide the market, then we need to look at how do we need to rebalance the market economy so it can play an important role in bringing vitality and resilience to our society. So we also need to look at the state-based economy at the moment in the neoliberal paradigm. It means state-based economy is just like a minor thing, but it is the purpose of the state, of the government, is to kind of create good conditions for the market-based economy and step in if there are failures. What we can see at the moment, if governments step in, if companies are in crisis through Corona or through the energy crisis. There's also the socially based economy. This is the entire world of non-governmental organizations, of civil society, of a way of operating in an economic way that doesn't want to be completely, let's say, dominated by the market-based or the neoliberal profits thinking. So this is the entire non-profit world. And if we look at what needs to happen in the future, it definitely needs to happen that these three elements of an economy, the market-based economy, the state economy, and the socially based economy, they need to rebalance. They need to become much more even. So in terms of market-based economy, we definitely need to say farewell to our addiction to continuous growth, including the GDP. But some areas and some issues should grow and others should decline. And we need to kind of be, as Kate Raworth says with her downward economies, we need to be agnostic about growth. And we definitely also need to look at the market-based economy. How do we contribute to societal and planetary vitality and keep our business vitality? The state-based economy needs to be much more regulative in terms of guiding the common good and safeguarding the common good. And the socially based economy should grow so that people can also interact in an economic way that is not only subject to profits. So this is an important aspect to really work towards life-serving economies, because this is the crucial part of our transformations, that we cannot just continue with our current economic system. And we need to transform it in a way that we do not abolish the market-based economy, but that we look at how can we rebalance these different spheres of these different economic spheres. So this is not a new thought. If you look back, and I'm a member of the Club of Rome, in 1992 there was the really famous The Limits to Growth report, saying we need to say farewell to growth in the long run because it's going to destabilize our planet. And what particularly Donella Meadows, one of the authors who unfortunately passed away long ago, has said is we can go towards a society where we simply do not consume more than we can regenerate. So this principle of regeneration was already part of that report. And if we then look back, Stockholm Resilience Center and scientists around Johan Rockström have developed in 2009 the planetary boundaries, particularly complicated model, that may be difficult to understand in the details, but what it made clear is that we live on a finite planet, and if we simply grow and grow and grow in the way we do, in the way of extracting resources and using resources without regenerating resources, we're completely destabilizing the planet, and we are destabilizing certain elements of it. That where we transgress certain boundaries, and climate change is one of the examples where the global warming has already fairly transgressed a boundary that becomes really dangerous for us. So in that way, and in 2022 now, we have a new report. The report is called Earth for All, a survival guide for humanity. And this is an interesting part because it is building on the model of 50 years ago, but it is a kind of a renewed and newly adapted and further developed model. And that has quite interesting elements to it that definitely says it's time for a new economic model that prioritizes the health and well-being of people. So what we have in this book, what is really fascinating in terms of bringing, and maybe not something completely new into the discussion, but bringing a combination of elements into the discussion that needs to be jointly attended to. And that is now the crucial part. We cannot just pick one, because that happens so easily in our world that people kind of are locked in certain thematic communities, and then they are all for energy transition or they're all for regenerative agriculture. But we actually need to look at these the different elements together. They're called turnarounds, 5 turnarounds. And before I go to the 5 turnarounds, let me explain that this book has mainly worked with 2 scenarios. Usually you have more scenarios, and there was one scenario that was called business as usual, but the business as usual is so absolutely outdated that it wasn't even part of the book. So the scenario 1 in the book is called Too Little, Too Late. So this means we continue on our current path, and we think our current path is, we're doing a lot. There's corporate responsibility, the companies become more aware of the role in the world. We have the World Economic Forum, that really discusses really important issues about the future of the planet. We have governments that are moving towards renewable energies. So it looks as if we are on the right path, but the scenario says we are not. This is not enough. It is like too little, too late, and it really gets us into trouble. And the second scenario is the giant leap. It is the question, what if we achieve the fastest transformation in history that has ever happened in the history of humankind, and achieve it consciously by really getting into action, by really making sure we all are part of this. And the issue is, when we adopt the too little, too late scenario, kind of thinking, you know, all our discussions are going in a positive direction. There's so many more people really are for transformations in the world, but we don't really hit the difficult points, you know, the social inequality, the poverty, and the energy transition is just like too slow. Then we may have a scenario where poverty declines. However, we have exhausted the planet in a way that leads to, and that is now important, that leads to social tensions. And what is so important about this scenario that is already announcing itself, if you look at the world. So we have a polarization in societies, we have much more social tension, we have a huge migration, a climate-related migration, but also a war-related migration. So we start to realize that climate change and tensions in the society are really belonging together. Now remember, my Zimbabwe 1992 scenario. Hardly anybody attaches the developments in Zimbabwe to climate change, but you probably can do that if you look at them in a different way. So this too little, too late scenario means we're all doing our job, you know, but we're doing it too slow. While the giant leap scenario is a different one. The giant leap scenario really says we are going to really tackle at least 5 turnarounds in a very, very strong and very fast way. And this is about the empowerment of women, which sounds to many people as like, oh yeah, this is a side issue. No, it's not a side issue. We are we have lived in a patriarchal domination system for so long, like scientists say, for 6,000 years, that it is part and parcel of the decline of our human development. So the empowerment of women is the number one issue that needs to take place. They need to be in leadership positions, they need to be in decision-making positions, they need to be leaders of societies, leaders of countries, and they need to be educated, and they need to be free to decide whether they want to have family or not. So there's a huge, huge, huge kind of building site, you know, that is around this issue. And it is hugely important. And there are lots of statistics that say if more women are in parliament, then the policies are much more forward-looking in terms of climate change. We also need to look at inequality, because the issue is the uneven distribution of wealth in societies is really becoming more and more of a problem. And as I said, you know, the profits that get accumulated are not really helping people, and they are kind of used for repair, you know, of very wealthy people, but they're not really distributed in a way that governments are really empowered. And that is another insight of the report. It is about strong governments, legitimized, democratic, strong governments, because they need to play a guiding role in the transformation. It is about abolishing poverty and really making sure that that is not part and parcel of the future. We need to move from poverty to a decent prosperity of all. And that is, again, not a side issue for a number of NGOs and development corporations. It is really a fundamental decision that needs to be made. We don't want to live like that. And we need to set the systems in place that massively reduce poverty, abolish poverty. But there are two other turnarounds that we are much more familiar with in our discussion. And the one is food, because it's really about the land. It is about our diets. It is about how we produce food. And that needs to be completely and utterly regenerative in a way that actually, I think the most important part of the book says, Our farmers need to become stewards of the biosphere, and they need to be paid and compensated and acknowledged for that. That is definitely the future of food production. And the fifth turnaround, we all know we're in the middle of that. It's the energy turnaround. It is the complete turnaround to, out of any kind of fossil fuels, out of nuclear energy, because it's too risky, and into renewable energies that gives us the freedom that we need to develop our societies, but also a resilience in terms of decentralized energy, in terms of the ability to produce the energy we need. But this needs to be taking place in combination with energy efficiency, because if we just continue on our path of growth, then we may need more and more energy. And so all the things that should save, our climate are going to be further worsened. So these are the 5 turnarounds: empowerment, inequality, energy, food, and poverty, that really needs to be tackled together at all levels, on political levels, on global levels, but in corporations, in a society, because we can all make our contribution to these 5 turnarounds. So it's time, as the book said, for an earth for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Petra, for sharing your insightful thoughts. For me, this raises one essential question. How much more can our planet take? It is well known that in addition to the obvious political crisis, several ecological threats are continuously worsening in the background. As we have just heard in the very impressive lecture by Petra Künkel, that the planetary boundaries must not be overlooked. Nevertheless, we humans manage damn well to ignore this every day. Al Gore called this the inconvenient truth. We know what is happening, but everyone thinks, one more day, I'll continue as usual. Tomorrow, I will change myself. And then tomorrow becomes the day after tomorrow, etc. We love to suppress the inconvenient truth. But it is in vain. And that brings us to the topic of our next panel. How can we balance planet, purpose, and profit? At first, this question sounds as if there's a magic formula that puts everything into balance. But I can spoiler this. There's no perfect world. Sustainability is a constant negotiation and a renegotiation of interests and expectations. Especially when it comes to expectations, a lot has happened in recent years. Companies are increasingly confronted with society's moral expectations and face the challenge of meeting them under the tough competitive conditions of a globalized world. This is particularly evident in the example of purpose. The purpose has become a buzzword and an integral part of contemporary corporate strategies. Everyone is talking about purpose today, and that, in turn, makes many people suspicious. Younger generations, in particular, expect openness and transparency. Investors also expect this, because money always flows to where return on investment can be expected. Sustainability plays a growing role here. Companies that do not find their way into a decarbonized future have no future of their own. I can see that I've already posed many questions to our panel in my introductory remarks, and that they are eager to start the discussion. Join me now in looking forward to the panel on how can we balance planet, purpose, and profit.
How can we balance planet, purpose, and profit? Climate protection, minimum wages, human rights, sustainability. Companies are increasingly confronted with society's moral expectations and face the challenge of meeting them under the tough competitive conditions of a globalized world. Topics such as corporate governance and CSR are booming, but many companies still find it difficult to reflect such opportunities and risks in their traditional management structures. Our first participant is Dr. Matthijs Wackernagel, who created the footprint concept in the early 1990s with Bill Rees to compare human demand against planetary and regional ecosystem regeneration. The carbon footprint portion has become the most popular variant. In 2003, he founded Global Footprint Network, a sustainability think tank, making planetary constraints relevant to decision-making. Its largest engagement campaign is its annual Earth Overshoot Day. Welcome, Matthijs. Please also welcome Iris Lampinski. Over the last 20 years, she has worked for a sustainable investment fund, founded a technology education initiative, and built a community in a global network for entrepreneurial education, among other things. With her role at B-Lab, Iris aims to further strengthen the movement for sustainable, social, and fair business in Germany. Thank you, Iris. Christian Walter is CEO and co-founder of C-Day Now, a Berlin-based startup helping businesses drive sustainability through an end-to-end ESG value creation platform, conduct ESG due diligence, and manage portfolios. Christian also helps private equity and venture capital funds to build impact-oriented strategies and portfolios so that the investments not only yield high returns, but also result in positive effects for the planet and its people. Welcome, Christian. Azuka Kehler is a Fridays for Future activist. Azuka has been politically active since the first Fridays for Future global strikes in 2019. Azuka's activism is heavily influenced by intersectional perspectives and focuses on the issue of climate justice and anti-capitalism. Welcome, Azuka. The moderator of this panel is Simona Constanzo. She focuses on integrating social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and economic development in policy discourse and development practice. She served as a manager of United Nations Volunteers UNV program, focusing on strengthening civic engagement in support of the 2030 Agenda. Over the past years, she has worked on issues related to policy advice and advocacy. Simona, the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much, everybody, for being part of this upcoming discussion. Thank you, Iris. Thank you, Azuka. Thank you, Matthijs and Christian, for being my guests today. I would like to speak to you about the topic of planet, purpose, and profit. And I even spoke recently with our keynote speaker in advance, Petra Künkel from Club of Rome. She said, well, this is quite old-fashioned title because we should rather talk about planetary boundaries and the possibilities of that exists, and that planet, purpose, and profit still says something like there's a conflict between the three lines, but it is not. You have to think, you have to combine all these aspects. And I know that you are coming from different points of view, and therefore I'm quite interested about your opinion. Maybe I can start with you, Matthijs, because you're also connected to the Club of Rome. And in its latest report, I just read some parts of this. It says that humanity is not lost; it can still save itself. But one problem, besides all these ecological problems, is a certain societal problem that we are missing a certain kind of a inability to distinguish between facts and fiction. So there's a kind of societal rupture there. And what does this mean for our sustainability debate?
Thank you, Elmer, and it's wonderful to meet you, Azuka, Iris, and Christian. I would say actually the origin of the challenge is how we hold the entire story. Al Gore, with his Inconvenient Truth, brought the climate debate very prominently into the conversation. However, the title Inconvenient Truth has stuck in our mind, and I think that's how people think about the problem, that they think the more they know an inconvenient truth, the more you know, the worse you're off. The more you know, about climate change, the more you have to suffer and give yourself up, etc. And so there's no incentive to learning more about it. And so I think that's kind of where in a funny conversation. And actually would say it's the exact opposite, because never have we known more about the future. We don't know everything about the future, but we know that people want to eat and sleep and be happy and be safe, etc. And we also know that there will be more climate change and resource constraints in whatever scenario we can imagine. If we accept that, then the question becomes, why don't you prepare yourself for that future? Because if you're not prepared for that future, you won't be prepared. So for a company to not prepare for that future is just economically absurd. And so we can turn it around and say, actually, in reality, what will become valuable in the future? If you think about it from a company, which kind of companies will be needed in the future we can anticipate? And it becomes quite obvious that those who can actually help humanity live well within the planetary constraints will be more valuable. So actually there's a very strong link between true business strategy and ecological necessities. Those, if you expand them as companies, will get a global overshoot down. So those, like, for example, you double the company and then actually you can measure overshoot of the world is going down. They, on average, will financially be much stronger than those who require ever more resources in a world that is overstretched already. So that means strategy, like core strategy for business, and ecological necessities are much, much more aligned than people think. They think so. The biggest hurdle is to break out of this kind of mental prison of inconvenient truth to believe the more we know, the more we have a burden. It's not about burden. It's about recognizing context. The better you recognize context, the better you can make decisions that actually will serve you and serve society.
I have to pass your question, thank you very much, or your answer to Christian. And because Matthias spoke of what becomes valuable in the future, and you as an investor, I'm sure that's what you're looking for as well. And so asking you, how do you see this development?
Well, it's certainly true at least what I see at this point is, given that there is a global economic downturn, that particularly when we're looking at early stage investments and climate technology investments, that there's no downturn really. It's the same for ESG. This is certainly protected. The same is true for healthcare. I mean, COVID has shown how important this is. So I think there are certain industries that are kind of protected, so to speak, at least for the moment. But the issue, I think, is to a certain extent that we also as investors, or even actually, especially as investors, we have to think in the term of growth. And there's a singular growth. It's an economic growth, and it's not a growth in societal capital or purpose or people growth. And I think that's the bigger issue. So while certain industries are protected, behind that is a growth component, right? GDP has to grow, whatever has to grow. And I think that's the policy behind that. And I think that is actually what we have to address.
When we talked about the inconvenient truths, Asuka, the last two speakers, for me, were a little bit argumenting how to repair the system. And I know that many of you at Friday for Future say, no, it's about changing the system. It's about really thinking it from opposite perspective. So how do you see this inconvenient truth?
I mean, I would, at least to a certain extent, agree to what both Matthias and Christian said before me. I just think about the point of that we need to change the system fundamentally. I believe that's a long-term view. I agree totally on the point that short-term we first need to fix what is fixable to reach at least a stable status quo we can build up upon to reach a fundamental change, because I honestly don't see how we can from how the economy and the governments are shaped right now, we can just reach fundamental change into an economy that functions on different principles than it does now. But actually another point I wanted to address on what Mate said, or it's more like a question from my side. You said that there's an inevitable link between the change of our environment and like the profit of the companies in what is valuable in the future. Well, I agree on that, and I think that like this realization should be known to most people who are like work in this kind of area. But I'm wondering, if I look at like big companies like, for example, BP, Shell, or anything around that kind of industry, what is their vision for the future? Because I cannot believe that they're not aware of this link, that their models are not sustainable for the future, but they still keep on going this way, and we don't see any signs of change. So I have to wonder, do they may have a different vision how the future world should or is going to look? And I see a discrepancy there, so I would like to hear your opinion on that, actually.
That's an awesome question, Asuka. And I mean, I'm an engineer by training, so I think more about natural sciences. And the question of overshoot, that we use more than Earth can renew, overshoot will end, no question. The question is only whether it ends by design or by disaster. And by ignoring that reality, that context we live in, it's not going to go away. It's not an optional choice whether we accept that context or not. That's the context we operate in. So those companies that stay blind to this context, they opt for the disaster route. And not just disaster for the world, but disaster for themselves, because they won't have a value proposition. Their value proposition erodes. If they're not offering something that will be able to operate in the future we can anticipate, and this future is coming much more rapidly than our physical infrastructure seems to be able to adapt. You cannot just switch yourself in the last second. You need to prepare yourself for that future in time. It's hard to see, on average, how companies who are not recognizing that context, who are not adapting their business model to what actually will be needed to operate, will be able to be successful. And that also means financially successful. So, for example, I mean, just to make it very silly, like for example, a car company, if it gets bigger, builds more cars, and overshoot will go up. A windmill company will take resources as well for the windmills to build, but then if it displaces coal power, overshoot actually goes down. So for me, like on average, it seems that the windmill, this is a silly example, the windmill companies compared to the car companies just stand on a much better leg to actually stay valuable. And that's important for society because they're taxpayers, and it's important for the company, it's important for everybody. So value means that you're able to operate, that you're able to provide streams of services. And so that's why I think physical reality and that basic business strategy is much more aligned. And if you choose as a company to be blind to it, that's to your own detriment. That's my view.
But we have to change the way we used to make business. This, I think we all agree on this, and this brings me to introduce Iris. And I know that just a couple of while ago I read a sentence from a founder of B Lab, J. Cohen Gilbert, and he said more or less that you folks are looking for systemic change, and he said that the business model or the of the 20th century has failed in his opinion, and we are now looking more for shareholder capitalism instead of stakeholder capitalism instead of shareholder capitalism. So this is a little bit one of these motivations of B Corp. So when we again talk about the inconvenient truths that Mattis mentioned at the very beginning, what is your answer or your recommendation to this inconvenient truths?
I think I wanted to mention two things. I think the first thing, what both Asuka and Mattis said, is like, I think if we've learned anything during the pandemic, you can pretend a pandemic doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean you won't get hit by it. So I think in a way there's this positive realization, like, yes, there is a discourse between fact and fiction, and we all know social media, but like there are certain facts and realities that even if you a powerful government, that you can't hide for a certain point of time. And I do think that helps this whole discourse around where we stand with planetary boundaries, because I think people are realizing like we can't keep pretending certain things and we need to face certain things. I think that's my first comment. I think in terms of the evolution, like there was this story around that, the only thing that matters is profits, and shareholder capitalism will save us. And I do think that discourse, quite clearly, most people nowadays have moved away from that because it leads to short-term, maybe profits, but then like quite clear consequences that are unbearable. I think the idea of systemic change is that really there are different steps to that. What you can quite clearly see is that, companies are realizing, as Mette said, that they have to prepare for the future, because that's the whole nature of, where companies are going. There is still a tension between short-term, mid-term and long-term. What many of the B Corps are doing is they're really trying to orientate what they do towards positive impact. As a minimum, negative, managing like negative risk, but like most of the B Corps are now saying, okay, we actually want to have a positive contribution. And I think that in a way is like the whole aspect of regeneration is a much more positive story than like just facing an inconvenient truth. And if you see how, for example, like a few weeks ago, the founder of Patagonia effectively donated the whole company to a certain purpose, that might be a more long-term outlook of how companies could operate and how they can really find their purpose. So it's still, I would say, very much patchwork, but I think that's the idea, to say it's like, can people push forward the agenda to move away from short-termism?
Christian, Mattis and the others mentioned that this kind of overshoot or exploiting too much resources and overconsumption has no future. On the other hand, let me say modesty brings bad business results. And so how do you handle this in discussions with your companies?
I mean, the way we invest is along an impact narrative, right? So we actually have measures in place to ensure that these companies are creating positive impact and are reducing the negative externalities, essentially. So for us, within our investment thesis, at the end of the day, we focus very much on companies that can reduce CO2 emissions in particular. We also look obviously at things like diversity, inclusion, right? Proper policies in place, and so forth. So if you will, along the people, planet, profit narrative. And I believe that's what everybody should do. Unfortunately, that is not the case. And where we actually then interact with other investors that are also invested in companies we work with and that have a different narrative, then we have very difficult discussions sometimes, because other funds do not use the same metrics we use. They do not encourage companies to, for instance, become a B Corp member. And then we are very quickly in short-termism, right? If you look at venture capital in particular, companies are very young. That's growth for any price. You have, as an investor, usually 10 to 12 years to return your fund. So you have to push companies to grow as quickly as possible and to raise as fast as possible. That's just the reality of our industry. And on the other hand, the expectation on us is then very often to say we can create less profits because we are modest or more modest or have different expectations. And I think that is where we have to convince people that actually the profits, as Mette said at the very beginning, right, they come from companies that act more sustainable. And that is the long-term solution, and that will create better returns for funds. But it's a slow process. Like Asuka said, there's no way to turn the ship completely within a day or two, right? This needs constant pressure in these kind of discussions.
I think later I would like to talk more in detail about this aspect of walk the talk. But first, I would like to pass the question to Asuka. So, Christian mentioned that they are looking at climate strategies and other aspects of transparency that make that distinguish companies. But if I look at companies all over the world, almost everybody's telling they're doing something for climate change. So nobody says we're not doing enough, nothing. So all of them say they do something. All of them can show some data, and so planet must be on a perfect road, but it's not. And we still have the reality is different, and I think Mattis can confirm this. That the Earth Overshoot Day is year by year earlier, and so how do you discuss and how do you handle the gap between talking and reality of companies?
Yeah, so that's actually a very big point in our daily activism, I guess, because of course the gap is absolutely huge, and most of the times we usually just assume that the things the company says about themselves is not equivalent to the truth about them. But luckily there is a broad network of NGOs and different groups who just focus on researching the actual facts upon a lot of companies, especially the bigger global players, which are the most important and the biggest emittents globally. So actually on those corporations you can find more accurate facts if you know where to look for them. So so what we try to do often is just as good as we can expose those lies if we run a campaign against a certain company or a certain bank. For example, we had a company against the Standard Chartered Bank last year, I think, or last 2 years actually, which was somewhat successful, at least in some countries. But it's it's very annoying to say the least, because of course even if we activists know what actually is true, it's incredibly hard to communicate that to the general public, especially if you're up against a tech giant who has millions and billions of funds to launch any kind of campaign against them. So the way we go usually is pinpointed, very media effective actions to try to bring a certain issue about one company to the light and try to take them down from that singular point. That's the way we go, that we try to go often. But the success rate differs very strongly.
Mattis, I would like to pass this question a little bit to you. You spoke about an inconvenient truth. I may add a cynical truth. And the cynical truth is that the best thing for climate change in the last years was the pandemic. Yeah. So, and it worked much better than most of any political or economical climate strategy. Why is it so hard to walk the talk?
I'm not sure how beneficial COVID was. There was a short retraction in consumption, but overall I think it also detracted us systemically from saying what kind of a future do we actually need and build that one. The same we see now with the Ukraine war, the pressure of actually resource constraints being much more imminent, whether we are reacting in a way that builds a systemically better future, for example, for the European countries. I'm not totally convinced yet, but I think the conversation is happening. So just to be clear, when I mean inconvenient truth, I do not think we are stuck in an inconvenient truth. Inconvenient is actually the opposite. By thinking inconvenient, we think it's not helpful to understand and we shy away from it. As long as we don't see ourselves in the game, it's very hard to act. I think the biggest leverage we have as thinkers in the field, which we are here, in some ways we're trying to shift the conversation, is to become much more specific what we actually mean by impact. When we just stay in general terms, we may not get to the high leverages. I think the key question really is to recognize that climate change is not an isolated phenomenon. It's connected with all other resource demands. It's climate change plus the resource constraints that emerge from the climate pressure that we are in. If that's so, if that's the new context, then the question is not so much what does a company emit. Even more important is what does the company offer to the world. It's about their services. We have to look at the whole package, not just how much is emitted by the company. That's one part, but the services and goods that they provide, how are they affecting overall outcome? So to us, the big question really is, in the end, are companies adding to global overshoot through their products and services in their existence? Like if you doubled the company, would overshoot go up or would it go down? Now, very few companies exist where overshoot goes down when you expand them. And that's what we need to focus on, because that's what we need to expand as an investment group. Let me give you one example. On average, worldwide, for every dollar value add in the world right now, it takes 2.5 square meters ecologically productive space to provide the services to actually make that economic activity happen. 2.5 square meters of ecosystem services, you could say, on average. We just worked with a company in Germany that does recycling at large scale. It's a $1 billion company. They reduce overshoot for every dollar value add they produce, or euro, which is not about the same, by about 28 square meters. So 10 times more in the right direction. It's kind of this thinking that we need to amplify and tell the world. If you want to have a chance in the future, you need to do things that actually produce value to humanity. It's not just kind of saying this is not just essential for humanity, it's essential for the business, because a business cannot change its infrastructures, its market, its products within like the snap of a finger. It takes time, and those who are not preparing themselves just will kind of increasingly be crunched. So I think we need to tell the stories more effectively, more poignantly, and saying where actually is there the overlap between self-interest, to say, but it's the self-interest of a city, of a country, of a company, and the common good. And I think the overlap is much, much, much stronger. To me, to use perhaps a crude metaphor, we're standing on a train track, and the train is coming at high speed towards us, and we quibble about, should we get an extra €5 to get off the track? I think as society, or we have been able to have the conversation to actually recognize to what extent dealing with these climate issues is not just a nice action for humanity. If China, for example, wouldn't act, then for Germany it becomes even more essential to prepare itself, because the context is going to shift even faster. And we are playing the game as if we wait for everybody else. Oh, as long as China doesn't do much, we won't do much. That's an absolutely economically insane position from our perspective. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever economically. But that's the conversation that is still dominant.
Iris, if we know something today to pick up these arguments, then it is that these challenges we see are not isolated, everything is interconnected. And what's needed, if I may summarize what was said before, is a kind of transparency, a clear commitment, and a clear tone from the top, for companies to say, okay, we change the course. And I know you folks are working with many companies. It sounds so easy: transparency, clear commitment, tone from the top. Why isn't that easy in real life?
I think it's not easy because it's not easy to shift, especially for I think there is a difference between companies that are started and have been founded from scratch with a certain mission and a certain purpose, and it's a very different story to shift as an existing company. what we see is that, if you want to have permanency in a shift like that, you can't do it without the top. That's also where like certain processes just stop. So I think it's like there is a practice piece where people can actually evolve. If you want to shift a whole company, you have to get buy-in from the board, you have to get buy-in from shareholders, and that is sometimes like not happening where people start a certain journey and then the top actually says, no, we didn't want to be so serious about it, we wanted to do a little bit less. So I do think that struggle is there, and I don't think it's an easy journey to do. I think, with any of those things, it's like, I don't know if it's good progress, but you might remember like a few years ago, there was still this huge debate. Is it actually real, and should we worry about it at all? I do think we've moved beyond that point. Yes, that certainly could have happened faster, but I think the point we're at now is not, does it exist and should we think about it? It's much more, people are asking themselves the question, how do we do it? How can we address it? How fast can we address it? So I do think, I don't know if that is, sufficient progress already, probably not. But there is the shift, and now I think there is the shift to really say, okay, how can we push it forward without being distracted? I think what Mate said is like, yes, I think the side effect obviously is like there's always something else coming on that might justify not moving as fast as you want, or finding another short-term solution. So I think it's a hard challenge to really push forward. Yeah. I'm not sure that answers your question sufficiently, but it's like, if it was easy, obviously everyone would be doing it. But it does require, I think, different people pushing in different spots.
Very good answer. And I would like to pass it to Christian, because what you described is the problem, that we have to leave familiar paths, and what we will see is something like a terra incognita. And I know, Christian, at the beginning you mentioned they mentioned, of course, inflation, energy crisis, and all these things. So for most business leaders I talk to, they say, well, this is a good excuse for postponing now sustainability topics and say, okay, we do it later because I have bigger problems right now. And so how can you make it attractive for companies when you have discussions with them to say, yes, jump into the cold water. It's okay. The future will be bright, and everything will be good.
Well, I provide money, so it's an easy fix. But then that's actually also the problem. I think there's always an excuse. To postpone something or not do something. But at the end of the day, I think, I believe that people are good, that they don't necessarily want to hurt the planet. I think most people have a very good intention in what they do. And everybody realizes that this change is just necessary. And if we can help, or if they can get help on this path, usually they will take it, because everybody personally is affected in one way or the other, right? We might have all a different idea on what is sustainable, and I'm not necessarily talking about climate change here, right? For some, it's a diversity issue. For some, it's a supply chain issue, and so forth, right? Everybody has their own experiences, but to a certain extent, everybody has been touched by the topic. Everybody has unjustness experience to a certain extent. And if you can actually break the problem down to something highly personal, I think that helps to understand and act. To a certain extent, I believe that the problem we have with climate change in particular is that we're talking about problems of the commons, so to speak, right? You can't feel this. You can now see this, but for a very long time, you cannot really touch how much CO2 is in the air. This is quite abstract, and I think that makes it very difficult. So you have to break it down to something that is more personal. And I think, in particular in Fridays for Futures, you can now see this, right? Because the future of that of the generation Greta, and simplifying here, obviously, is at risk. Like, it's potentially that this will be the first generation that cannot live the way we have experienced in our lives so far. And that's very, very personal. And so it's obvious that there has to be change. And a lot of people that start companies now at that age, they are aware of that, and they have much, much more purpose implemented in their companies right from the get-go. And so what Ira said, it's much easier then to hold course because it's implemented in the core of the company. And I think that's what we, to a certain extent, have to support, and that change we have to drive. Because it's a generational issue as well to change the system, right? As Asuka said at the beginning.
So, Asuka, how radical steps can companies be expected to take?
Well, I guess it kind of depends on how realistically you think, or on how strong you want to preserve the current system. Because even though I said at the beginning that I do agree that change cannot come immediately, and it's gonna take time to transform the system, we do not only have the issue of like my own future or like the future of my friends or the people I work with. I mean, sure, we're probably gonna have some issues, but we're still living like in a global north in a country that is economically strong. we're not going to face the harshest of troubles, and at the same time there are people dying in countless other countries because of climate change right now. Like friends of mine, people I work with, are living in countries where they're actively endangered to die through the climate crisis, or like through corporations who are killing the activists there. So I think the question is and I get general feel that when we talk about the change through through companies, we take a very long vision, and that might work for us, but that won't solve the actual problems we see right now in the world. So I would disagree with what Christian said, like that people are in the end, or most of the times, good and want to do good for the planet. I do not think so. I think most of the people, especially in like bigger companies, might have a more egoistical or nihilistic view on things, which prevents them from doing more things. Well, of course, if it's more personal, they will act more urgently, but we don't have the time to wait until it gets more personal, and our communication to make things more personal is limited. We can make matters more personal, but then it doesn't convey the same weight of the reality other people have to face right now. And we can't convey that there are people dying somewhere and make it in a personal issue if we don't take, because that's just not possible for us to communicate in a way to make that reality truly understandable for any of us who don't have a direct connection to those people, to those countries. So it's not necessarily. I think the question, how radically can we expect the economies to act? I don't think that question can be answered, because it really depends on what your goal is, what you're trying to reach, how you understand the current issue and the current situation of the world. So like my personal answer would be, they have to focus their entire entire might into this issue. But of course that is completely unrealistic. So I think that's an unanswerable question, to be honest.
For many, this transformation comes very too fast now, and they would like to have a more slower approach to this. But I know other people say now we have to make this fast changes. So therefore, I would like to pass this question to Mattis.
I'm giving away my age by saying I was 11 years old when the oil crisis hit. That was like a stunning moment for us. In Switzerland, we had 3 car-free Sundays, and we could bicycle on the highway. And I thought, my God, there will be a totally different future. without fossil fuels. That will happen. It may take a long time. It may take 10 years, I thought, as a child. And now we are like 50 years later, and we are as dependent on fossil fuels, if not more. We have doubled our fossil fuel dependence. It's quite stunning how little has happened. Perhaps the most painful lesson for me personally, like also because I've been in that field, is I think to realize, painful is kind of more just I wish I had the insight earlier, is that information is useless unless it's empowering to the audience. So if it's not empowering, they will just use all their brain, all their abilities to fight it, find ruses, find excuses. And as you try to overcome excuses, they invent 5 more excuses. So how do we find a way to say, wow, this is really, truly necessary for you? And if we have that way of communication, we can unleash things much better. I think we are stuck. When I say we are stuck, urban privileged people, as we are all here on this call, urban privileged people, we're stuck in this idea that we are not in the game. I think it's different, Asuka. I really like how you said that. Me and my friends, we're exposed. Most people that are in decision-making opportunities, like I am, like in the older ages, urbanites, basically have this sense, yeah, it's a tragedy, poor Maldives, poor others. They don't see themselves in it as much. Cities talk about, like, what can we do for climate? Which I think is the ultimately silly question. I'm just using cities now as a scapegoat, because the question really is, why are cities destroying themselves for the future we can anticipate? Every euro spent for every budget that is not preparing the city to live with the future that will very, very soon be without fossil fuels, with climate change, with far less biological resources overall. If you as a city don't prepare yourself now, your infrastructure is so slow. You will be in a very difficult position. So I think the mindset of cities, and they can apply that to companies or countries, not to recognize how quickly the future comes to us and how relevant it is, even if you now have high income streams, as in Germany, that may actually fiddle away if you don't have the resources to maintain these machineries that produce these euros, is so utterly naive. I'm really surprised. I was on a ZDF show with a key advisor to the German government around resources after Russia invaded Ukraine, and one of his main arguments he said is, "Oh, Germany just emits 2% of the CO2 emissions." I mean, how insane is that? In some ways, because we depend on resources to make our economies move, and if our economies are not shifting, the loss will be tremendous. So I think not recognizing that is one thing. So how can we explain that in ways say, wow, you really have skin in the game. Information I bring to you is so helpful for you to be able to operate much better in the future we can anticipate. So I think we need to shift. But if you just ask people for commitment, they just say, oh, how nice can you be to the world? We don't see much action. If we are able to speak more to the relevance, why is this information necessary for them to understand, to also be able to operate their own city, their own country, their own company, I think we're in a much stronger spot. But much of the conversation, even at UN level, I think, even in the name of nationally determined contributions, is still kind of this sense of, oh, how nice are you willing to be for humanity? And then people have beautiful speeches, but the action is weak. So I think, summarizing it again, if we can make our conversations far more empowering, in the sense of saying, why is this information helpful for you to actually make that shift, I think we can have much more leverage. And that's what I'm trying to get better at myself.
If I may say something, sorry, can I say something on this? Because, Matthias, you said something, you made the city scapegoats, but actually, I mean, it's mostly concrete and steel, right? If you will. So we have, I think in Germany, the real estate sector makes around 30% of the emissions, 40% of the energy usage. We have roughly 40 million buildings in Germany, of which at least 19 million need to have an energy renovation. Okay, so they are inefficient in order to actually get close to the climate goals within that sector. They all need to be renovated. 19 million buildings. Currently, we renovate 1% per year. That is the problem we have, and we do not have enough people to actually do this kind of work. So even if these cities now start preparing, right, and doing these kind of things, the amount of work necessary to energetically reduce CO2 in just this one industry is massive. This is a massive challenge. And so we would have needed to start when the first report of the Club of Rome came out, because then we theoretically would have the chance. Now this is becoming more and more difficult. And in Germany, we are talking mostly about existing buildings. If you are going to Asia or developing countries in general, this is new build. New build with concrete and steel is one of the worst things we can do to this world. And so we have to keep this in mind, right? It's a massive problem that we are facing, because you cannot, any developing country, forbid to actually grow, right? What we messed up here in the global north, we cannot say, well, you cannot have the comfort that we have here, just because we are now facing a climate crisis. And that's the other point on this whole thing. And I think we have to keep this in mind when we talk about this, because it's not only about will, it's also about, can we actually move the needle in these particular fields as well? And yes, a lot of that is in the energy sector, sure. But in the end of the day, if we today power down Shell and all the big oil majors, then we have another problem, because then, as we can see right now in the discussion in Germany on energy prices, we will have a completely different problem, and it's going to be very, very cold this winter. So it's super difficult to create this transition, because everything is completely interlinked. And I think we also have to keep this in mind when we are speaking about this topic.
So it's not just the question of the will; it's also the question of capacity sometimes. And I would like to pick up this very, very good argument and ask Iris. So when we talk, for instance, about this energy crisis right now, so here in the north, as Matthias says, we are in a privileged position. We are in a certain way used that, let me say, the state will fill the gap, and that it will cushion all life risks. When we look at other parts of the world, especially after the COVID crisis, which also cost a lot of financial resources, how is the situation? How do you, as a B Corp initiative, see the situation in many other countries? How can we finance, and how can we find enough will to organize the transformation in these southern countries?
I think that there are probably two ways to look at it. One is sort of the negative one to say is there is no way we can tell people how to change. I do think in many countries, I know like one country better than others, and that's Burkina Faso. I think the only hope we have is that we can leapfrog certain things, and I do think in some parts of the world it's like the path that we're on. We have the difficult story to tell that, we were not on a good path, even though we've been telling that story for a long time to people. I can imagine, if you think about your renewable energy, if you think about where can you actually invest in the future of renewable energy, where do you have like lots of sun and you can generate huge amounts of hydrogen, that those countries could really benefit from. And then the other thing that obviously, if you look at youth, maybe Europe is not the place to look at. So if you have any dividend in terms of demographic, it's also in those countries. That's again also a massive challenge, but I think if we're telling there is a positive impact about how to shift the economy and how to start new things, I think those parts of the world, Africa in particular, are also a massive hope to manage that transition. I don't think we can stick on the narrative that we need to tell them what to do. I think they will hopefully help us to solve that problem, because we need them to help with that. But I think it's a very hard shift in terms of narrative, and yeah.
Asuka, in the new Club of Rome publication, they describe different scenarios, and I would like to mention two of them. One is the perfect one, the giant leap scenario, where we really do take the knowing we have and do the right things. And the other, probably more realistic scenario, unfortunately, right now is the too little, too late scenario. So where we see everybody says, yes, we are doing something, and to be honest, they are doing something, but not enough. And at the end, the result will be that we will not gain the goals we mentioned. So how do you see this when we look at different parts of the world and in different conditions right now, also in the background of the political and situation? How do you discuss this at Friday for Future?
Well, it's not necessarily just how we discuss it in Fridays for Future, but like the climate justice movement in general, I believe. I think like we see the reality, as you said, the more realistic scenario of too little, too late, because that is what we are experiencing right now, what we have experienced for the past, I don't know how many years. But still, of course, we kind of hope that somehow a giant leap would be possible, even though we know it's unrealistic. And I think, like, Iris said something really, really good. I want to definitely pick up on that. Like, we need African, Asian countries to help us solve the crisis. And I believe that if that scenario would be possible, there would be something that could be considered somewhat into the direction of a giant leap. But to make that even possible, the issue right now is a lot of countries don't have like any the money or any resources to do the transition themselves in their own countries. But the issue there is most of them don't have the resources because they're getting exploited by other countries, by the US, for example, by Europe. And there is actually a very new, promising campaign in the movement right now. It's called Debt for Climate, which advocates for like the debt cancellation of the countries in the global south, to give them like the independence to actually rebuild their own countries in a more progressive way, which can actually tackle climate change. And I believe there would be like one way, like a giant step towards something that could be considered a giant leap to give those countries this independence. But the issue with that, of course, is that the global north has to take a hit to their own industry to make that possible, and that's again where it becomes unrealistic, where we have to push, because no scenario, I believe, which should lead to something that is not a complete climate disaster, is to make that possible. It is necessary that the global north has to take the majority of the impact. That we have to accept that we're gonna lose like parts of our economy, like our countries will get economically weaker. We have to accept that truth, because I don't believe that it is possible to make it in a time frame a change where that doesn't happen, because we have the resources, we have the money, but we are using it to hold up a system that is not capable of making the change that we need. And I think that is like an inconvenient truth, somewhat, that we have to accept, that we're gonna like have to face some kind of hardship in the future, no matter what happens. Because even if we don't do that, and endure that like harder period of time for now, we're gonna face much worse the consequences in the future, because we did too little, too late. So yeah.
Iris, so when governments are, let me say, governmental options are limited, companies have to step in, and this is a little bit what B Corp also says. They promote companies as a force for good, but do companies then have to redefine their right to exist?
I'm not sure. Like, it depends, like, how companies have defined why they existed in the first place. I do think you find a lot of companies that have defined already in the past that, like, their pure existence had a purpose, and was beyond, just making money. I think you find very few people that, like, the self-image of a lot of, family-owned business, etc., is not just like purely saying, we want to make money out of it, but we want to make a contribution to the world. I do think that requires a revisit and a reshape on many levels. And at least what we are seeing is like there are, like, more and more companies that want some structure and some process on that journey of rethinking where to go. But yeah, as I said, like, I think it's a question. It's like, it's more about, what was the self-image of people before and where do they want to go now? And at least, like, anecdotally, like, we've talked to people said, like, we never worried so much, like, about, how we should, invest in the future as a family focused on climate change. But now realizing it's like, if we want to pass it on to the next generation. And I do think, like, with the B Corp movement, you see a lot of family-owned businesses, because there you don't want to be the last generation to run the business. That is often quite a strong driver. So I think passing that on to the next generation as a result of that, evolving it, quite often is a strong motivation. I think it really also depends on the type of company. Like, they're very different, outlooks of companies. I think the hardest group of companies are publicly listed companies that are under immense pressure to really provide quarterly results. They're probably harder than any other group to address in terms of pressures. And obviously pension funds are trying, because they obviously have much longer time horizons. And but I think that is a really tricky relationship that publicly listed companies maybe have even more than family-owned businesses.
So, Christian, what was Iris mentioned was that family businesses, it's easier for them to maybe to adopt to the future. And but I would again raise the question a little bit to you as well. Business as a force for good. I think as an ESG investor, you will foster companies who argue in this direction. But nonetheless, I would like to ask you about your opinion. Honestly, if we say, okay, business must save the world, business must do this because state has no money, state has no capacities. Honestly, maybe that's true, but companies do not have democratic legitimation to do this. And I don't think that the world, let me say, shaped by businesses, let me say, like privatization of education, to give an example, or privatization of health system. We saw that during the COVID-19 crisis is not always the best way. So where's the limit as business as a force for good, as companies who have to engage in society, but where's also, let me say, where does it end, and where do they have to say, okay, I'm out?
Yes, a very good question. I'm not sure I have an answer to this. I don't believe that businesses should take over everything. I think, particularly right now, again, it's times of crisis to teach you a lot of lessons, I guess. Germany has just basically deprivatized Uniper. And I think there are certain topics that should probably be or are better off in the hand of the government to provide a baseline of service, right? We can argue to what extent, but if we are thinking about energy, if we are thinking about healthcare, I think topics generally where we need a baseline of services to enable society to function and for everybody to have a certain well-being. I think it's better in a democratic hand, so to speak. I think the role of government should be to guide businesses to be sustainable and to provide services or be good to a certain extent and provide limits to exploiting the country or the world in general. I very strongly believe that. I do not believe that the market will solve problems to the benefit of the people. As Iris said, the biggest problem is probably in listed companies, and I think that is this is the most capital-driven, or these are the most capital-driven companies, right? As long as we do not have actually non-financial criteria and financial criteria on the same level, I think this is not going to change. And for companies that are in family-owned, this is very different. I actually used to work for Fissmann. That's a heating company that's family-run for more than 100 years now. And this company has been in the media for several times for actually the social, or in recent times also for the climate impact or the positive climate impact they have. And I think empowering all those or those family businesses or businesses that are not so much in the focus is much, much more interesting to a certain extent as well, because they are rooted in the local ecosystem very often. There are people that care much more because they are much, much more directly affected from the return of the company. And at the same time, behind every listed company are hundreds and thousands of those private companies. We often forget that because they are not in the media and they have a massive effect on what we can actually do. And empowering those companies, I think that's probably something governments should do much, much more. I mean, here in Germany, we say that the Mittelstand is the most important, is most important, right, for our economy. If the Mittelstand works, then the country works. And I think that's where, for me, maybe not the solution, but the way forward is to actually enable those companies to function, to help those companies to become sustainable, and double down basically on what they sometimes, particularly for local communities, do anyway.
Matthias.
I think it would be useful just also to focus on where does our demographics, that like where we speak here, have the largest power. I mean, we are in slightly different roles. Christian is more in the investor role. Shuka is running campaigns. Iris is thinking with companies about how to think about their own purpose, etc. Where is the biggest power? I still think it is by being sharper and clearer in our communication about aspects that are specific, but also empowering. I see still too much conversation in those demographics that actually could be sharper. For example, focusing on saying, oh, we need like SDGs and all that. SDGs, it's wonderful they exist, but they're still, unfortunately, negatively correlated with ecological sustainability. Strongly negatively correlated with ecological sustainability. They're not strong enough. There's so many, everybody can say, oh, I contribute to goal 7 or 5 or whatever, and doesn't have that much meaning. If you use the word sustainability, it's a domain. It's not really that clear what it means. But if we start to get specific about where we think the value proposition is, I think we can actually drive change more effectively and more empoweringly. So that's, I'm repeating again, but I think in some way saying, to what extent are companies actually, as they expand, reducing global overshoot? That becomes very specific because it looks at overall, are they contributing or not? And also linking that to the value proposition by saying, we believe that actually these will be more valuable. So that's good for the company and it's good for society. So I'm saying that more in terms of specificity. If we are much clearer about what actually society needs to get there and why that's good for society and why that's good for the company, and be specific and make that measurable, we can feed more change. If we continue to be more blurry, we actually encourage greenwashing, which I think is happening a lot with the SDGs in some ways. It's, oh, we contribute a little bit. Oh, we are adding some carbon fibers to our car. We must be contributing to some kind of a SDG. And just adding fog and confusion to the conversation. As an engineer, I think it's actually quite simple. Like engineers are asked to build bridges. When you build a bridge, you just find out, is it strong enough to carry the truck that needs to drive over the bridge? And if not, you say it's not strong enough. Now, in the same way, we can actually make very specific recommendations. It's not about are you optimistic or pessimistic. The engineer just says it's not strong enough. If it's not strong enough, there's a consequence. Either you don't let the truck drive over the bridge or the bridge collapses. I mean, it's a bit in that realm. And I think in the same way, if we can really show the essentiality of saying, is our country, is our city, is our company, is it fit for the future that we can anticipate with quite a lot of clarity? It becomes not just kind of this religious talk about saying, do you believe in climate change or not? It's a betting question. Are we betting on the right horse? And are we kind of preparing ourselves for what we can anticipate? And so it becomes empowering and meaningful and sharp. And I think we align the forces. Because we need a fast transformation. I think that we all agree. And I think the question about what is realistic, I mean, it depends what kind. Is it politically realistic or is it physically realistic? And in the end, physics bats last. So we need to make sure, actually, like let's say, you will be hit if you choose to ignore physics. Good luck. It's not a choice. I mean, it's a choice, but it has consequences. You don't have to believe in physics. It's not very helpful not to. For you.
A clear narrative is the aspect, but another bottleneck I see, and I would like to pass this question to Iris first, but also to all of you. We need the people to make all this happen. And so I don't know. So I just recently read that PwC alone is looking for 100,000 or something like that, incredible amount of ESG experts in the next years. Almost every company I talk to or organization I talk to, they say, well, we don't have someone to take care for this. And I think they are not growing on the trees, these experts. And so, this bottleneck of people who are, let me say, committing the will of the company is important. Therefore, Iris, how do you see this in your context?
In part of preparation of this panel, obviously, we also got shared different things, and I think there was this one image that I saw, which was this model to say, the model in many companies now is you have a sustainability team of between 1 to maybe 3 people who expected to transform a whole company and report back on indicators, and guess what? And obviously that doesn't work as a model. So I think the only model that works is that, yes, you need some specific knowledge, but this is a whole company effort on many levels. This is really a transformation effort. And I don't think it's actually an accident that if you look, it's there's so many people I know who in the 20 years ago started in digitization strategies and how to digitalize companies, and many people are moving over towards how can we help companies transform again. I think at least I still see sort of a clear trend, and lots of people are re-educating themselves. Lots of the people we talk to who are our contacts in companies interested is they've been with the company for a long time. They might have been interested in green issues for a long time, and then the leadership of the company say, hey, you have a new job, you do this, and then they work their way through. So I think with a big shift like this, you always have you basically need everyone. You need people who can upskill, and you need new people coming in. But make no mistake, this is not one person can turn around a company effort. And I think that's why it's also so important that it actually sits as a responsibility. You can see that actually as a trend. It's initially people start with individual things and then they realize this is too small. And I do think you can see that now in companies. They're taking this much more as a whole company effort than the sustainability department I would have seen, like, when I worked as an analyst like 15 years ago, where literally you could talk to one person and everyone else said, we've outsourced this is Mrs. Sustainability in our company, you need to talk to her. I think that model doesn't work. So I think, yes, you need people, but I think that's the whole thing around, when everyone had to start using IT, like, you didn't assume that it's only one person in the company who has to learn it. Like, everyone has.
Yeah, so perhaps in a perfect world, in a perfect future, this sustainability topic becomes as normal as an IT department become. Matthias mentioned that we're a little bit older. I remember the 80s, so when the first computers came up, so there was like, wow, yeah, today every company has its IT department. It's totally normal. Perhaps we will see this in the future as well, that this is normal. But nevertheless, now it is not. And so therefore, Christian, how is it for you? So actually your business model is based on valid data, yeah? So transparency, and someone has to prepare this data. And how do you experience that lack of people?
I mean, as you said, there's a joint effort within a company. Like, unfortunately, the reality is very often that there is one person is responsible for sustainability, and it's a little bit like talking to a wall for them. They are not empowered very often, and they have all the knowledge, and they tell very often, actually, even the C-level management, you have to do this, you have to do this, and for them it only becomes relevant then if there's actually a couple of basis points that increase. And they can't make as much revenue as they used to. And then they look at that and then it's like, oh, we should do something. We should have done this probably for a year or two. And out of a sudden, then consultants come in and so forth. It's a joint effort. Everybody has actually within a company usually data points. Of course, you need to bring that together. That's a different challenge. It's a challenge of digitization very often, and actually having the right KPIs to manage these kind of things. But I don't think it's within, like, the 400,000 people, 100,000 people at PwC, Deloitte, and I don't know what want to hire, right? They are very specialized on providing certain consulting services to do so. But within a company with 1,000 employees, if sustainability is really embodied, and it's a job of everyone, and then there's also no, like, it doesn't really matter in which position, right? Everybody should report the right things and should do the right thing. And I think that's the real challenge. It's not so much a people shortage as it is actually an understanding shortage for every position, not a company level. You need companies to transform to actually act sustainable as a whole.
So Asuka, sustainability is the coolest career you can study. Is this common sense of your colleagues and young people, or how is it there, including sustainability in job and career perspectives?
Good question, actually. I think it's different for everyone, to be honest. Like how much you want, or how directly you incorporate that to, like, your vision of the future of your career. Especially since a trend I see, at least around, like, people I hang around with, is like we don't have, like, that clear of vision of our own future, because a lot of things are just too uncertain for us to know, like, how will things go. So if I use myself as an example, I don't have any clue what I'm gonna do after university for now. So I'm just gonna go ahead and see what happens. But I think, like, the general notion of that environmental issues and social issues, and, like, including them into what you do and, like, into your lifestyle, that you actually care for those things and make them relevant factors in your decisions, no matter what those decisions are, is definitely a trend we're seeing, of course to a different extent. But I wouldn't necessarily say that there is a link between, like, or that the link between having those factors in your life and linking it to your career is made especially often, to be honest. But that's only my personal like what I experience can be different for a lot of other people, I think. So yeah.
I would like to ask a follow-up question to Asuka first. Like, what do you study? And then also, to what extent do you think you are served by those, like, for these topics in your studies, and how would you change the curriculum given kind of what you actually know and what, yeah.
I actually cannot answer that question because I'm starting to go to university in like 3 weeks, but I'm gonna study psychology. So it's like, yeah,
awesome. Yeah.
But the question Matthias raised is very good. So it's not only about people who take care of it, but also about the quality of the know-how of the people. So yeah, especially when we talk about sustainability topics, there is a lot of thinking in boxes. Yeah, so like the 17 SDGs. So you put any topic that's related to water in this box or to other things in that box. But life is more complicated, actually. And so we mentioned planetary boundaries and other aspects. So it's very much about holistic thinking and to have an adequate approach to this and to the Earth overshoot and other aspects. So what do you say to people who want to have to do this in companies or in institutions, organizations or whatever? What qualifications should they have, and how can they learn the holistic aspects of planetary boundary?
I think on some level it's not that complex. I think systems thinking, the core entry point to systems thinking is to recognize context. What's the context that's the most relevant for what we need to do? And then I'm really impressed by Asuka saying he's going to study psychology, because I think that's the biggest missing link overall. To me, I think the question is, are we able to focus ourselves on the right sorry, I have to let the dog out. On the right conversation? Are we able to focus ourselves on the right conversation, which is the question: how can we thrive within the planetary constraints that we face, and to do it psychologically astutely by at least generating 3 conditions? I think we need to help people generate the desire for that transformation. They need to want to do it. We need to help them find agency in it, so they think they can actually do something. They're part of the game. And the third one, which may be even more important, is we need to generate a sense of curiosity, because honestly, we don't know how to do it. We know it's necessary. And I think how to build a positive relationship with not knowing, that this is actually exciting. We need to figure it out together. We are needed. We are all needed to help figure out how to make this transformation. So it's all about how to engender, as I said, desire, sense of agency, and I think also a sense of curiosity. That's, I think, what's needed most. It's a process. We don't know yet exactly how to get there.
I would like to have a last round of questions for everybody of you. It's about the 2030 agenda. I remember like 2 years ago, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, "Now this is the decade of action. Now or never, we have to take action." I'm sometimes have the feeling now we have a decade of stagnation instead of action, and be for different reasons, COVID-19 and the war, of course, in Ukraine and others. But to be honest, there are further crises to show up, and so it's not the last one. So how can we, maybe start with you, Asuka, as an activist, how can we, say, what do we have to do to make the importance of the 2030 agenda to save it and to give it a good boost in the next years?
Honestly, that is like maybe one of the most discussed and difficult questions that I faced from the point I started with activism, and haven't really found a definite answer to yet. And I don't know if there's something like a definitive answer, because it will be compromised of a lot of different aspects and steps. Like one thing that Fridays for Future as an approach took and is still taking is like just getting masses of people behind the cause, and if it's only for the demonstration itself, like just the mass of people to make something more public, to make it more known. But like it's one way we've been doing things for like over 3 years by now, and the results are like, I mean, in the sense of knowledge in the society and how much to present this topic, we definitely had success. But when it comes to like real change, where you can see like the numbers change of like the carbon emissions, they still go up. So I honestly don't know if, I don't think I can answer this question, to be honest. I think it just has to be a joint effort of all the people in the different fields, just pushing and striving for their own way, and we don't have or should focus on like one specific point for now, I believe, because I don't see that singular target that we can target collectively with the hope for actual change. So I think we still kind of need to figure it out and see if maybe from all of our efforts something new will emerge at some point where we can all say, okay, that is something that we need to push forward to get to success. And I mean, that's kind of an issue, but I don't think it's something that we can solve by kind of forcing it, but have to see what comes naturally from all of our movements and works.
You're right, and I have to apologize. It was a mean question. So in a certain way, it's the 8 billion people question. So when we look at the global population. So Iris, what do you think, what will companies, for instance, in your network contribute in the next years till 2030? Do you think, or how do you discuss the challenges the 2030 agenda, the global goals are experiencing right now? Do you think we can use this decade in companies for a big shift, or is there a hidden shift, for instance, we still don't realize?
From my point of view, it's like we have to, and it's sort of happening. I think the question is just like, how can we continue doing what we're doing, and push the agenda, what Fridays for Future is doing brilliantly, to keep it in the public, to keep investing in companies that are trying to create a positive impact, maybe in the way how Matt has defined it in terms of reducing the Earth overshoot. So I think like the thing with goals is like, it's great to set goals, but the purpose of goals is not to actually hit them at that point in time, but to make progress. And, I think even if they're like, I do think it's like the only choice we have is like, even if we're behind on some of the goals, is to keep doing what we're doing and to push as hard as we can. Because otherwise, like, I think the big risk now with a lot of this debate is that people look at it and say, oh, it's futile, let's stop doing what we're doing. And I think that's exactly what shouldn't happen. And what Marta says, like, people should have agency and the feeling that they can make a contribution. If we then hit exactly that goal, with any goal setting, it's like they're a bit arbitrary, but they help us to crystallize, act. And, I very much hope that this decade is not totally wasted, because why on earth are we here doing things? Like, we're not going to sit on our hands for the next 8 years, I guess.
Christian, when I talk to many sustainability experts, they tell me, well, it's in the hand of the investors. They have the trillions to invest. They make the change, and so it's up to you in a certain way. How do you see? And I know you folks developed ESG standards, impact aspects, and some difficult words like taxonomy and all this. But how do you think? How do you see the 2030 agenda, and what change can financial sector contribute in the upcoming years?
I think at the end of the day, the financial sector has to drive this to a certain extent. I think we need to change, or we need to clarify what ESG actually means. ESG is a risk assessment. It's not necessarily in the first place about sustainability, unfortunately. It's really the external risk the company faces and how it will affect the financial performance of the company. So we have an outside-in perspective. And I think we need to get into an inside-out perspective. So looking at what is actually the damage a company will create to the world. And based on that, then we need to make investment decisions. So in the financial sector, we speak about double materiality in that case. And we need to push this, and this needs to come from legislation to a certain extent, because as long as we will not regulate ourselves. If we can make more money, sorry, just hit something. If we can make more money, and then we will continue doing so. And I think our sector needs a push. I mean, if you look at Deutsche Bank and DWS, investment manager, right? The police showed up because they did greenwashing. Or I'm actually not sure what the point is right now, but that was a suspicion. And we need to stop doing that. We need to have things in order that we as a financial industry cannot do this and can actually contribute positively to this change, so that we are going more towards an impact framework. That's what I believe. But I also know how little the knowledge is within my industry. Most people, they don't really care for that because they're not incentivized to it. So there needs to be a massive change. But that I think needs to happen because that's just how the global system works, right? And if we can then bring those several trillions into the right funds or into the right companies, I think then we will see some change, because then, and I think that's the circle of the whole conversation to what Matthias said at the very beginning, as then we will see that those companies that really contribute positively will actually be the ones that are most profitable, and then we can actually change something for the better.
So the money is there, the will is there, the companies are there, and the people are more or less there. Matthias, the Earth Overshoot Day in the next years till 2030 will be on a good track, right? Or no? So I know you don't have a glass bowl, but nevertheless, how do you see the development in the future?
I think we still haven't recognized officially that we are running a pyramid scheme of massive proportion. We are using the future to pay for the present, and the system's dependent on continuing it, otherwise the pyramid scheme falls apart. Not recognizing that broadly, that actually we have put ourselves at risk. It's not just an optional nice thing to add sustainability to the equation, but we are in an incredibly unstable situation of our own making without recognizing that it's very hard to shift. I'm really thrilled also with Asoka representing kind of the younger generation here, that I think the conversation is starting to shift. I think the way we talked, and including me in the past, was kind of about it from the outside as spectators. And now I think the younger generation is starting to realize it's about them. So why are you killing us? So it's a totally different conversation. I think once we recognize that the pyramid scheme we're in is not serving us, things could shift more quickly. I still don't see that recognition very broadly. We still talk about it as if it was something about the others. And I think that's where we have power to shift the way we have our conversations at home, in our workplaces, with other companies, in City Hall, etc. It's about how we talk. And so that's why, as I said, Asoka, congratulations, you're going into psychology. It's really about recognizing how do we build motivation that we so dearly lack, because our view of the world is still kind of stuck in a perspective that doesn't serve us. We could call it like, it's kind of a bit of a colonial attitude that we still think we can always get more from somewhere else because we have money. That's mathematically not replicable. It's not a very stable strategy. It's not going to serve us. And to start to recognize we are in it, it's not serving us. There's a better way forward. that's, I think, the conversation we need to have. And I think I'm glad we have the conversation here as well, exactly about this topic. And so congratulations, Elmer, for having us and opening this conversation that is so central to our ability to operate well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have to say thank you to everybody in these contributions. It became very clear that the business as usual model is in a certain way destabilizing society and the planet. So it's time for an upgrade. And today we heard a lot of good ideas of this upgrade, and now we have to do it, and we should not waste more time, and this is clear. And I don't want to waste more of your time. And thank you very much. It was a very, very intense, very interesting and discussion. I learned so many new things, and I have to say thank you and take care, and hope to see all of you soon in live. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I now have the honor of announcing our keynote speaker. Professor Stefan Brunnhuber has a PhD in medicine and another in socioeconomics. He studied under the famous Sir Ralph Dahrendorf. Stefan is an expert on sustainability issues, especially psychology of the Anthropocene and behavioral finance. With this broad range of expertise, he is ideally suited for our opening keynote on Rio Plus 30, History and its Future. The first UN Earth Summit in Rio 1992 was a special conference in many respects. First, the sheer size. Representatives from 178 countries. 30 years have passed since then. What became of yesterday's dreams and ideas, and what are the new dreams and ideas of tomorrow? Our keynote speaker will tell us. Professor Dr. Stefan Brunnhuber, it is an honor to welcome you to the Global Goals Forum. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for inviting me to the Global Goals Forum organized by Macondo Foundation. I'm very excited to share some thoughts about Rio Plus 30, and I've prepared a short PowerPoint presentation I would like to share with you over the next couple of minutes. And the title is Rio Plus 30, the History and its Future. My name is Stefan Brunnhuber. I'm a German citizen, member of the Club of Rome, of the World Academy of Arts and Science and others, and currently appointed to the German Federal Council on Sustainable Finance, to the German government. We're trying to address a couple of important issues. But this lecture, I would like to run through you along 6 points. The first one is, I would like to give an introduction into where we're coming from, meaning rather the time Rio minus 30. In the second chapter, I would like to outline a timeline we should remember. What have we been doing over the last 30 years? And I would mention that the history we've been experiencing has actually no future. In the third chapter, I will address some scientific findings in biophysical research, and I would demonstrate that we actually haven't paid the bill yet. In the fourth chapter, I will outline some social realities, and I will outline that most of them are still ugly and bad, but we can notice some kind of progress, and it's still better than the past. In the fifth chapter, I would like to outline what's been missing over the last 30 years. And this is where I have my specialty in, and I'm going to speak on the monetary system, which needs to be readjusted. In the last chapter, I'm trying to conclude my argument. So where are we coming from? If we say Rio plus 30, we can also say Rio minus 30. Rio minus 30 was the time when, for example, in 1972, Silent Spring was published, or the Club of Rome report, Limits to Growth, was published. We are currently celebrating the 50th birthday. You know, Rio minus the years before Rio started was the year when the Berlin Wall fell. And we had the Tiananmen Square event. Two historical events actually, that showed that the world interprets completely different. We in the West thought that from now onwards, free market will lead to open societies and democracy. And we're experiencing that's just the opposite is true. It's been closed societies and digital autocracies that are dictating us our freedom and our wealth. The Tiananmen Square event in China on one side and the Berlin Wall on the other side are basically two remarkable historical events that happened around the Rio conference in 1992. We in the West thought that this is the end of history. We in the West thought that in 1992, we basically start with something called the Washington Consensus. We start liberalizing, we start deregulating, we start privatizing the world. We followed, so to say, a neoliberal agenda. And we are realizing that this was the wrong narrative. And the year 92 was also the year we would have had the chance to use all the money which was blocked and locked in the Cold War in order to create a better world. The Club of Rome called this in a report in the early 90s, the peace dividend. And we actually missed that opportunity. So this is where we're coming from. If we look closer to the timeline ever since, from 92 to all the way down to where we are right now, 92, the Rio Declaration was the starting point of the international sustainability agenda. Sustainability was the big buzzword. It was the beginning of the UNFCCC. It was the beginning of the Convention on Climate, Biodiversity, and Desertification. And every couple of years, there was a new UN conference coming up. You know, the Berlin Mandate, for example, from 95, where we decided to reduce emission to the year 92, and the first negotiations started for climate change. The Kyoto Protocol, especially the Annex B, or the The Hague motto was, work it out, you remember? But we were not able to make any conclusions. The Copenhagen Consensus, 2009, the Copenhagen Accord actually called. Another, if you're honest, another default. The Doha Agreement was the first time we're trying to come up with the financial schema, which didn't work either. In 2015, Paris, the beginning of the Sustainability Development Goals and the so-called Paris Accord. If you look closer to the contracts, we see that only 61 of the 191 countries had a legally binding commitment to climate change. China and India was not part of it. And the US now is unclear where it's going. 2021 was Glasgow. This was the beginning where we started recording and documenting all the losses and damages with multiple statements. But if we look closer to the effects, it was actually little happening. If you look at the current global energy mix over the last 30 years, from gas to oil to bio to coal to nuclear to renewables, over the last 30 years, there's very little happening. We're just building another 55 new nuclear plants. 96 are in planning, and over hundreds of coal sites are in preparation. What happened in these 30 years? We had a very, very ambitious agenda. But if you look closer to the data, we were basically non-performing. In particular, if you look at the biophysical realities, we were able to enhance research and development on it. We were able to identify planetary boundaries and multiple additional crises. We were identifying interconnectedness in the area of the Anthropocene, and we were identifying nonlinear tipping points. But we're realizing we are basically losing Earth through multiple feedback loops. And I would like to give you some examples for that. Look at this. This is a timeline on the horizontal line, and on the vertical, the CO2 load of the atmosphere. And what you can see here is basically that, take a look at the last 30 years, there's one all-time peak after the other. From a biophysical perspective, we have not achieved anything measurable so far. The same is true for the Living Planet Index, which basically records the loss of species. And we take the same look over the same period of the last 30 years, we're still realizing we're losing roughly about one species every 10 minutes. Meaning after this talk, we are going to record about 35 to 40 minutes. We will have lost another 3 to 4 species forever. Look at the development of zoonosis, which were basically one of the causal links of the current pandemic. A substantial exponential increase since 1970, 1980, and we are experiencing about every 4 months another zoonosis happening on the planet, which has the potentials to create another pandemic. So overall, if you look at the biophysical data, we are losing Earth. This is the latest publication of the Overshoot Day initiative that demonstrates what that means. Look at Germany, we need 3 times the planet in order to feed us ourselves. But at the same time, we're destroying the planet at the same time. Wackernagel, who is one of the members of the Club of Rome and also author of these findings, told me the other day, you know, Munich is destroying Munich. Germany is destroying Germany. Europe is destroying Europe. So we're not doing good here. But this is just one side of the story. This basically reflects the biophysical reality. And we have to admit that if you measure these findings, we haven't achieved anything. We must admit that we are in a non-performing mode still. But let's have a look on the socioeconomic reality over the last 30 years. We can look what happened in socioeconomic data with regard to the development of the last 30 years. You know, one of the selection advantages of humans is the capacity that we can tell each other stories about the world we believe in, that are able to coordinate huge cohorts of people all over the world. And here we create a lot of good and a lot of ugly stories. And one of the big new clashes we're experiencing since 1992 is the new clash between open societies with the liberal order on one side and digital autocracies on the other. But if you're talking about the good and the ugly stories, we can also see that we can realize and measure some sorts of adaptation and mitigation. So these are more the ugly stories. You know, here on the right, you see basically impacts which were not so favorable for the development on the planet, you know. the impact of global biodiversity, on ocean ecosystems, the paper consumption, the urban population. You know, for the next 50 years, for the next 30 or 20 years, we can experience that the middle class is going to triple from 1.4 to 4.9 billion people, which have specific interests and requests with regard to wealth standard. And the income gap is increasing over and over again. But besides these negative stories, these negative impacts, we can also tell each other positive stories. Child labor has decreased. Women's rights to vote have substantially increased. The death penalty decreased, you know. Smallpox basically eradicated, you know. The battles from death has been reduced substantially. Ocean depletion, hunger, etc., etc. So we have two conflicting stories: the goods and the bads, the ugly and the favorable. And if you try to weight these two, we could come to the conclusion that it's still a lot of work in front of us, but it's better than the past. Here's one example. This is the database coming from International Disaster Database Management. This shows you a 100-year timeline and the amount of absolute people dying because of climate-related disasters. So over 100 years, the absolute numbers, the amount of people dying globally, have substantially reduced. And if you even consider that the global population has tripled over the last 100 years, we could say we as humans have to some extent successfully adapted on this planet. Another adaptation, which is basically a modeling into the future. You know, we can expect, if we do nothing, we have to expect that, let me just see how I can, we can expect that millions of people are going to be exposed to flooding. This is Katrina in southern US. But if we try to adapt with dams, adapt with the better infrastructure, the amount of people at the end of that century who are going to be affected by flooding is going to be substantially lower than of today. So we are successfully adapting to a new environment if we do so. Let's look closer to this graph. You know, I showed you this graph already in the first place. Over the last 200-300 years, shows the CO2 emission, on the planet, and globally, it's basically a exponential curve. But if you look closer to this same data set, you see that the Americas, United States in specific, and Europe and the Eurozone basically achieved a plateau, meaning we are decoupling. OECD countries are decoupling from the resource consumption. But we are decoupling on a too high of a level in order to ensure our way of life and our way of wealth model for the rest of the world. If you look closer to this data, which is published by MIT, Andrew McAfee, it can show you that since 1972, this is actually just 50 years ago, around when the Club of Rome report got published, the GDP rose ever since, but the fundamental in the real economy, like aluminum, nickel, copper, steel, gold, and others, have been, even the water consumption, have been not only relatively decoupled from the GDP, but also decoupled in absolute terms over the last 50 years. So that's the good story. That's an important finding we have to build upon. Here are my first intermediary results. There's still a lot to do, but we're doing better than the past. we create a lot of trade-offs and spillovers between the socioeconomic reality and the ecological reality. And we have to admit, if we continue the way we've been doing it in the past, this history has no future. And there's this saying that we are in a world of multiple crises, one crisis after the other. And I'm not sure whether this picture of the crisis is really helpful. A crisis in medicine reflects a state where the patient has to go through, it's a critical state where he either dies or he comes out ahead wealthy and healthy. And what I think we are in now is a societal state where we change the form of aggregation. It's like water, which is available in the fluid form, in a liquid form, in a solid form. And every time the state of aggregation is changing, the forms of the molecules interacting with each other is changing. And this change of societal aggregation is something we're experiencing now. And by changing our way we're living together, we're realizing that we set a lot of damage to the planet, to nature, to the next generation, and to the global south, but we haven't paid the bill yet. One of the things, if you look at the entire sustainability debate from a more historical perspective, is that there's one part being constantly and systemically missing. It's the role of the monetary system and the financial sector. We can talk about governance, we can talk about veggie burgers, about new technology, about riding a bike, about taxing people or offshore places or changing the governance, but we cannot really substantially talk about the role and the incentives of the monetary system itself. And my argument here is one of the major reasons why we are not really performing well over the last 30 years, so Rio plus 30, has to do with the fact that we are not addressing the incentives of the monetary system. We still try to leave the monetary system in a business as usual scenario, meaning we're changing everything, but not the financial and monetary incentives behind it. Instead, we actually should ask for, not for a business as usual or a wait and see or doing nothing, but rather we have to shift towards a business under transformation scenario. And then we can realize that the money system is not neutral. The money system has a lot of flaws, and it's probably the missing link towards a common agenda. In this fourth point, I would like to demonstrate that traditionally, finance drives sustainability. Meaning traditionally, the question was always, is there enough money? Otherwise, sustainability is not happening. Is there enough money? Otherwise, overcoming poverty is not happening. If we change this equation around and say it's not about financing drives sustainability, but sustainability drives finance, we suddenly enter completely new territory. We can realize new financial engineerings, almost endless forms of private-public partnerships, of new forms of being engaged with the big institutional investors, the investment funds, the central banks, the Minister of Finances, and the real economy. And my argument is, traditionally, we're trying to finance our common future through what we call an end-of-pipe finance. I'm going to get back to that. If we start upgrading that system, we really have a good chance in order to have a different future. So we were saying that we are living now in a new era where business as usual, the Bao scenario, or the wait and see, or the doing nothing scenario is basically far too expensive. We have to shift from Bao to but, meaning towards a business and a transformation. And this has to do with the fact that we are now living in a new era. That's called the Anthropocene era, you know. And this Anthropocene era means that we are constantly confronted with serious forms of asymmetric shocks, asymmetric wars on energy and food, for example. The impact of climate change with extreme weathers, pandemics, migration shocks. These asymmetric shocks become a new normal. And this requires new forms of adaptation of the society with all these asymmetric shocks and new agreements. And at the bottom line of these new agreements, I'm going to show you is the relation between what is going to be private and what is going to be the commons. What are things which remain private property, and what are the things which rather become a public concern? And in this new area, with these asymmetric shocks and with these new forms of adaptation and new forms of agreement, we also have to adjust the monetary and financial system. I'm going to show you now in the next couple of slides that one of the major game changers is the shift from a more fiscal policy towards a more monetary policy. So if we take this argument one step further and now look at the entire development over the last years into the future from a monetary and fiscal perspective, we can say that about 2/3 of the UN SDGs are commons. They're not privates, meaning they require, unless we want to privatize the entire world, they require a different form of financial engineering. And we can state that the UN SDGs, and the same is true for the most Green New Deal scenarios in Europe and the US, but exemplified by the UN SDGs, they require about an additional liquidity of 5,000 billion, 5 trillion US dollars, in order to fund and hedge and manage these goals. And it's tricky, you know, because 85 to 90% of the global wealth is privatized already. And it's tricky because 25% of our global economy is actually pulling our global economy towards the shadow, gray and market illicit transactions. And this financing UN SDGs is tricky because within the given value chain, we are generating up to 25% of our GDP on repairing our damage. Nobody really wants in the first place. So talking about finance and money in this perspective is a tricky thing. You know, global warming will cost us over the next years roughly 2 to 3% of GDP, roughly. That's a lot of money, but it's about half of what you're going to spend on military expenses. And it's not the end of the world, but it's additional liquidity required in a very wise way in order to tackle these goals. So, for example, tackling species losses, we would require 1.5 trillion US dollars globally, additionally, over the next years. And then the natural reserves of 20–25% on that planet are secured. And I just want to remind you that the total bill we paid for the pandemic so far is already 15 trillion US dollars. Meaning, in order to face the next pandemic ahead, we must do much better. So how should economics have to look like in an age of the Anthropocene with all these asymmetric shocks. One of the first things we might have to learn is we have to start regionalizing our economy towards more decentralized, circular economy, care-based economies. The second thing we probably have to learn is that we have to become much more resource efficient, where less is more. I showed you the data on the OECD countries. The third aspect is that we have to go into regenerative agriculture, where biodiversity and natural reserves are priorities. We have to learn that an economy is not only based on efficiency, but also on resilience, and the right balance between the two will make the future. From an economic perspective, we might also have to learn to think about new risk assessments, new hedging instruments that helps us to manage, fund, and hedge future risks. Economics in the Anthropocene probably will also mean new rules of the game, where we identify what is common, what is private. And we might also think of what we're doing mainly in the press and in the media, reshape our lifestyles. We can all become fans for veggie burgers and doing meditation and riding a bike, etc. And finally, we might also have to rethink globalization. We might have to ask ourselves, with whom are we going to trade? This is called friendly diversification. Or we might also ask our clients the question, on which side of the history you're standing? Are you in favor of open societies, or are you rather in favor of digital autocracies? So these 8 R's basically resembles the economics in the Anthropocene, where the society is shifting from one state of aggregation to another, and where we have to admit that we basically haven't paid the bill for that shift yet. This shift doesn't come for free, right? This shift is expensive. Let's look closer to some preliminaries in order to better understand that. You know, here on the left, you see this triangle. This triangle basically reflects what you find in all or in most textbooks on finance and money, where you have the environment as one target, the social world on the other, and the real economy on top. And most endeavors are trying to get these 3 conflicting interests together. And our view is that this picture, this narrative, this frame in the brain of the triangle is misleading. In fact, it's wrong. We have to look at it through the lens of a funnel. If you look into a funnel from above, you see there's our environmental and social and real economic issues, but at the core is the design of the money system. And the design of the money system basically determines how we're dealing with real economic issues, how we're dealing with the social world, and how we're dealing with the environment. If you take these findings one step further, this graph shows you how are we traditionally financing and funding our future. You know, this yellow-orange graph basically resembles the entire global value chain. You know, on top you have the central banks and the commercial banking system, and then the real economy. And this entire value chain has to run to multiple challenges, and it creating multiple lock-in effects. Like all the way down, we are creating hazards for species losses. We are creating pandemics. We're creating land degradation. We are creating a big carbon bubble. We are creating a lot of damage in health and nature we have to repair. And at the same time, this value chain is pulled away towards the shadow economy. And because without these 25 to 30% of the shadow economy that feeds into this given fossil-driven value chain, our entire global economy wouldn't function. You know, and at the end of that value chain, it's like an end of pipe. We're trying to tax and fee and use parts of that money for the Green New Deals, the European Green Deal, or the SDGs. And if you look at this data in more closer, you can basically say that we're on a domestic level, we're basically transferring about 33% along that value chain back through taxes and fees into the given system over and over again. We have about 25% of the volume comes from the shadow economy, and we basically only spend less than 2%. Actually, the data from the official development aid from last week or 2 weeks ago showed it's only 1.2% of the GDP that feeds into our common future, our common goals on the UN SDGs. So this is the way we're doing it right now. And this is basically extremely inefficient. This is fragile, and it's going to be at the same time very expensive, you know, because this value chain is inherently unstable. We can experience every year several financial, currency, and state crashes. You know, the shadow economy, as I mentioned, is pulling us in the wrong direction. The volume of subsidies and taxes within the fossil industry is about 8 to 10 times higher than the subsidies for the renewables. They sterilize each other. You know, the entire value chain has to run through a carbon bubble, which has no really alternative to offer in how to manage our economy. So in this secondary intermediate results, I would like to formulate a so-called economic law of transformation. Transformation from fossil to a greener marketplace doesn't come for free. It comes with potential instabilities in the political system, and it comes with massive welfare losses. But any business as usual scenario is going to be extremely costly and expensive. In fact, the longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to be, and there will be a tipping point where it's going to be just too expensive with regard to political stability and with regard to our welfare. However, the business and the transformation, the BOT scenario, is expensive too. But if we do it wisely, it's going to be less expensive than any business enter and as usual. And one of the major characteristics in any business and a transformation scenario is that we are learning to reconcile multiple trade-offs, like the one between North and South, between public and private, between economy and ecology, between the rich and the poor. And they require new rules, in particular, new financial rules in place, and they require additional liquidity to finance all that. And if we start now upgrading our monetary system in a wise way, we can really reduce these increasing costs within the business under transformation scenario. You remember I showed you this graph to begin with? The orange line is basically the traditional fossil value chain. And where we're going to phase out, we have to phase our fossil value chain towards a greener marketplace. This is where we should go. And we don't go there. And the four major reasons why we're not shifting is that the entire value chains over the Rio plus 30 history, over the last 30 years, hasn't changed. The fossil dependency on the entire global value chain is still 79%. So 79% of all the goods and services we're producing are depending on oil and gas. And this value chain is growing by 2 to 3% every year on average. and creates a multiplier, a so-called Keynesian multiplier by 1.5 to 1.8, and creates multiple rebounds. So anytime we're trying to do good, let's say we're trying to build a windmill or a solar panel along that value chain, it feeds into the given fossil dependency with a growth rate of 3%, with a multiplier of 1.8 and multiple feedback loops and rebounds that basically sterilize each other. So we got to think about this form of transformation in a different way. Remember I showed you this graph? This is the lock-in we're in. And we can ask ourselves, is this shift from a monetary perspective, is this shift from a financial perspective actually happening already? Is this, or is it just an idea of some freakoid academics and think tankers about the future? Or do we have already, look at this back, do we have already from a monetary and financial perspective evidence that this phasing out is happening already? And interesting enough, it is. If you look into a historical evidence of the last 1,000 years, it's a long period. The most years of the last 1,000 years, not every year, but in absolute terms, the majority of the years of the last 1,000 years have been periods where societies had two currency systems in place at the same time. A more local one in order to the local trading, and always in parallel, a more regional or international one. This broke down about 100, 150 years ago with monopolizing our monetary system through the central banks. So we then ask ourselves, if this happened over the last 1,000 years, is there evidence for a friendly coexistence and new forms of the money supply happening right now already? And you have actually three trends with a lot of empirical backup that this is happening. The one is the digital cryptocurrency scene, which has a market capitalization of 3, 4, 5 trillion US dollars. It's a private currency system. It runs in parallel to the given system, and it's not regulated, but it shows that there is a friendly coexistence between two forms of currencies, an official legal tender and a private tender. We have several decades, even several hundred-year history of so-called complementary currencies, like lead system, barter system, etc. They run in parallel and they focus on non-profit social issues. They are, economically speaking, irrelevant, but they show that it works. And they show in kind of sandbox approaches that they're necessary. You know, you have over 3,000, 4,000 of these regio and complementary currency systems in the world happening already. And finally, over the last couple of 10, 15 years, something new is happening in the way the money supply is organized. Central banks started initiatives, first in an experimental way, and now in a more of public way, with what is called technically CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. Central banks start experimenting with another form of currency running in parallel to the given system. Isn't that exciting? So this is the graph I showed you in the first place. You know, you remember that graph I showed you? The value chain with all the hassles and problems the fossil industry has to run through, the shadow economy on the one side, and the small arrow of transferring money from the traditional sector to the UN SDGs. And if you take that argument of a friendly coexistence, and if you take the argument that the money supply is changing now, and if you take the argument that this is happening already with regio money, electronic money, crypto money, and specifically the CBDC money. You can take that argument and say, if we had a regulated additional liquidity conditioned to generate the $5 trillion necessarily for funding our UN SDGs, running in parallel with a blockchain technology, with the distributed ledger technology and a smart contract, enabling just those UN SDGs or European Green Deal scenarios we agreed to in the first place. We are now entering a new form of monetary system. We are starting upgrading our system. We're starting to ride a bike with two wheels, the fossil and the green. Of course, they interact with each other. But suddenly, the fiscal policy with fees and taxes and subsidies and credit and conventional banking credits become less relevant in financing our future. We start considering new forms of monetary assets, new forms of money supply in order to directly or indirectly fund our common future. And this can be done fast and fair. You know, you basically need about 18 months for Europe, 18 months and 250 staff to implement that, or even less. This can be done very targeted. You know, with the distributed ledger technology, you can create very targeted funds to hedge and manage that. And can you imagine, whereas the given value chain is basically pro-cyclical and very unstable, as I said in the first place, introducing a bike with two wheels, the entire system is more balancing out, becomes anti-cyclical. Anytime there is a crash in the fossil value chain, you know, agents will swap over to the green sector to balance that out. And we can create multiple second round effects between the brown and the green, the good and the bad, and positive externalities. And finally, we actually end up with something what economists call a Pareto superiority. We create, within probably less than 15 years, a new form of global equilibrium between all these variables, which is superior to any equilibrium we've been producing so far. And if you start changing our mindset, suddenly almost unlimited new financial engineerings appear. This is nothing we're going to go through all the way. This is just 10 examples. We can demonstrate you how this new system can tackle challenges in this form of transformation. We can create harvest default swaps, new forms of so-called fossil to common swaps, or a new form of refunding the WHO to be prepared for the next pandemic. We can start funding our natural reserves, which have a return on investment of 1 to 10 to 1 to 15. We can create very sophisticated credit default swap that basically hedge the capital costs for developing countries to install windmills, right? We can create new forms of state guarantees that enable startups to be involved in new research and development, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, we can even create direct cash transfer systems where the money is directly transferred through the mobile phone and through the distributed ledger technology, the blockchain, into the affected population cohorts to overcome poverty and hunger. Rio plus 30. I started saying we are non-performing so far with regard to biophysical realities. And I started to saying that we made progress in the socioeconomic reality, but the stories are still ugly and bad, but we did better than the past. And I stated that one of the reasons why we're so low performing altogether has to do with the fact that we're not looking at the financial system enough. We can do it better. If we start having a new mindset on what money is and what finance means, we can create new incentives for a better future. And then we end in a world where we are not debating between political agendas of open societies and digital autocracies, because both, whether you belong to an open society or whether we want to rather live in a non-open or closed society, whatever, both are depending on the same monetary system. We can bridge troubled water. We can learn the lesson that it's not finance that is driving sustainability, but sustainability is going to drive finance. And we can learn that the real tragedy of the commons is not their overuse, but the lack of considering an upgraded financial system that finances them. And we can learn that if we upgrade that monetary system, we can really have a brighter, higher performing, fairer, and better future in front of us. And this is then a mind shift from a more ethnocentric to a more egocentric to finally an ecocentric future. Last graph. When we published our books on that topic, Financing Our Future, The Tao of Finance, or The Art of Transformation, during the last couple of years, there was another book coming out by Kim Stanley Robinson. And most of you probably have not read our stuff, but most of you listening to this lecture have probably read the bestseller of Stanley Robinson, The Ministry for the Future. It's a fiction novel. It's science fiction, right? But you know what's exciting? This book of Stanley Robinson, published around the same month than the book of Financing Our Future, which was published by our working group of the World Academy of Arts and Science. With regard to the money system, they come to the same conclusion, meaning science fiction and scientific findings converged synchronically to the same conclusion. So don't read our books, read Stanley Robinson's book. It's much more exciting to read. And this is where you can see that fiction can meet facts. And if you want to know more about it, then you're very happy to contact us, and I will give you more information for that. Thank you very much for having me in your show. Thank you very much for having me in your conference. And I'm looking forward to further Q&A.
Welcome, dear guests. We need a few minutes of rebuilding time. Please use this time for a short break. We will continue with the next panel at the top of the hour.
We can be.
We must be
the first generation
to end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined
to fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals.
A 15-year plan
For everyone, everywhere.
with no one left behind.
We will live in a world
Where nobody
anywhere lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
where no one wakes in the morning
Asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world where no child has to die of
Diseases we know how to cure.
And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where
everyone goes to school
And education gives us the knowledge
and skills
for a fulfilling life.
we will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities to thrive
And be powerful.
and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is held back.
We will live in a world
Where all people can get clean water.
and proper toilets at home,
At school.
and at work.
We will live in a world where there is sustainable energy for everyone.
Heat, light, and power for the whole planet.
Without destroying the planet.
We'll live in a world where economies prosper.
A new wealth
Leads to decent jobs
For everyone.
and we will live in a world where our industry,
Our infrastructure and our
Best innovations.
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world
Where prejudices and extremes of inequality
Are defeated.
inside our countries
And between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
That are safe, progressive,
And support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
What we consume.
Planet where we put back.
What we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back the threat of climate
change.
Where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas.
will restore
and protect
life on land.
The forests.
animals, the earth itself.
With peace between and inside countries.
Where all governments are open.
And answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
Where all countries and we their people.
Work together.
Partnerships of all kinds.
To make these goals a reality.
These are the United Nations global goals
For sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
Without adequate global responses, the very foundations upon which globalization is built, a healthy and productive environment, a healthy and productive society, is now endangering its very existence.
That is what computational capitalism wants to do, to invest its energies and its desires in reinforcing the creature called the human individual, to the dismissal of all other kinds of non-human and more than human agencies that make the world a vital, vibrant, and beautiful place.
In our last session, we now Welcome back to the studio. In our last session, we now turn to one of the largest and most hotly debated infrastructure projects in the world, the Belt and Road Initiative. It is also called the New Silk Road. The name is fitting because there are many analogies to the original Silk Road. The Silk Road was considered one of the oldest trade routes in the world. Long before Marco Polo is said to have traveled along it, precious silk was discovered in China. Trade at that time was dangerous, but lucrative. Let's summarize. Products from Asia that supply the markets of the West, long supply and transport routes that could easily be interrupted, and Western merchants hoping to get rich from trade in Asia. The longer I think about it, the less it seems that things have changed between the 15th and 21st centuries. The Silk Road is one of the first examples of world trade. It was a precursor to today's globalization. But that is only the superficial view. If we look more closely, we see in the Belt and Road Initiative a foreign policy concept of the Chinese government to integrate the economic areas of Asia, Africa, as well as parts of Europe and Latin America, with China as its center. The Chinese government is focusing on infrastructure investments such as highways, railroads, ports, and pipelines. The aim is to open up new markets and to strengthen the government's economic, political, and cultural influence. But what happens to sustainability? The role of the SDGs remains largely unanswered. Lots of questions. Our distinguished panel will certainly have some answers. I would therefore now like to hand the floor over to Frank Ebinger and his guests for the panel discussion on sustainability and the New Silk Road. Frank, the floor is yours.
Sustainability and the New Silk Road. The Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, also known as the New Silk Road Initiative, is a foreign policy concept of the Chinese government that focuses on investments in the construction of roads, rail lines, ports, and pipelines, among other things, to create the conditions for economic growth in less developed countries in these regions in order to open up new markets and to strengthen China's economic, political, and cultural influence. What is the role of sustainability and the SDGs? This is still a blind spot in the development of the New Silk Road, and that is the main subject of this high-level panel discussion. Let's start by presenting Dr. Miguel Ángel Cerna, whose professional background includes journalism, diplomacy, international trade, globalization, sustainability, and organizational development, higher education and consulting on China relations, and international cooperation and conflict resolution. He has conducted extensive studies and research in behavioral science, psychology, social psychology, and neuroscience, and he is currently in Europe conducting field research on behavioral economics. Thank you, Miguel. Please also welcome Mr. Carlo D'Andrea, who is National Vice President of the European Union Chamber of Commerce in China and also founder and managing partner of D'Andrea & Partner Legal Counsel. The European Union Chamber of Commerce is recognized by the European Commission and the Chinese authorities as the official voice of European business in China. Welcome, Carlo. We also count on the participation of Peggy Liu. She is considered the leading catalyst of the greening of China. Peggy instigated the clean energy and smart grid revolutions, trained majors to build sustainable cities, and shaped the national slogan, China Dream. As chairperson of JUCI, Peggy Liu is one of the leading catalysts for a green China and consults companies and governments on sustainability and cross-cultural collaboration with China. Welcome, Peggy. Our last participant is Professor May Tan Mullins. She is Dean International of James Cook University and Chief Sustainability Officer. May Tan Mullins' research interests are political ecology of rising China, environmental and energy justice, poverty alleviation, and building resilience for the poorest and most vulnerable in the tropics. Thank you, May. I would therefore now like to hand things over to Frank Ebinger, the moderator of this panel discussion on sustainability and the New Silk Road. Professor Ebinger has more than 25 years of experience as a lecturer, consultant, and advisor in the fields of sustainable management and innovation. Professor Ebinger is an executive board member of the German EMAS Advisory Board, UGA, at the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety, and Consumer Protection, and a member of the working group of the National Contact Point for the OECD guidelines at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy. Frank, the floor is yours.
Welcome to the panel Sustainability and the New Silk Road. My name is Frank Ebinger and I will be the moderator of this panel. Yeah, and I would like to start our discussion with one major aspect, starting with the beneficiaries with the benefits from the new Silk Road. And my first question for all of us, and maybe one of you might start with answering. How can new cooperative modes of governance balance geopolitical, societal, and environmental interests somehow been balanced out? How can be geopolitical, societal, and environmental interests are balanced out in the new Silk Road approach? Do you have any idea? Maybe you would like to start with it.
Thank you, Frank. I think you started off with the most difficult question for this panel, partly because you're trying to look at from the political angle and the environmental angle and the social angle together, and seeing how we will benefit, or how the Belt and Road Initiative will benefit the host communities. I've done a lot of research on Belt and Road for the last about 20 years, and I mean, when I first started, it was more Chinese investment in Africa, and somehow, a lot of these projects been rolled into the Belt and Road Initiative. So what I've observed is that it's very, very challenging to balance, because, in each and different country, each and different project, the outcomes are very different, partly because the stakeholders are very different. And as a result, and also the local geographical context is very different, cultural context. So as a result, what might seem like a good project for one country with quite balanced outcome in terms of Chinese achieving its geopolitical aims, with the local community, benefiting in terms of employment and environmental is being taken care of with EIA and ESG intents, might not work for another country. So I guess my very simple answer to these very difficult questions, and I believe other panelists also will come in very quickly, is that it's difficult to give you a one-fits-all solution or answer, because it's very dependent on the local stakeholders, on the local context, as well as the geographical makeup of the projects. Maybe other colleagues would like to join. Yeah.
So, Miguel, do you have any idea how can we balance it? What is your view on it?
Yeah, so as May said, this is a very difficult, a very wide question, so I cannot have just a very short answer to that. But the truth is that balance is an idea more than a reality if we don't acknowledge our differences. I believe that equality or win-win could come only and only if we acknowledge that the interests of all the parties cooperating are different. Also, the capabilities are different. So the balance factor comes from who defines what balance is, and then to reach an agreement based on that definition. And that's where things get a little bit dirty and a little bit difficult, because normally the one who raises the hand first in terms of what balance is also defending their geopolitical strategy. So I say to you 2 days ago, there is nothing non-geopolitical in international cooperation. Thing is that the interests are different. So we need to acknowledge that I want this and I want to know what the other person wants. And so starting finding out that balance in terms of accepting or not our differences. Basically, going deep into this, it takes us like forever. But that will be, in simple words, how I would see the approach that we need to take to balance, rather than to say, how to reach this balance. We need to discuss the differences in what we want, and then to find out what balance is.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Miguel, for your answer. Peggy,
should we do girl guy?
You found out.
Yeah. The question itself is basically like, talk about Belt and Road. It's so open. So, what strikes me about this moment and looking at the Belt and Road is that this is a movement, and movements go through many different sort of, phases. I liken it to a tornado. And in my work, which is basically helping create societal shifts over and over and over again, so that we are essentially bringing in a better future faster for everyone. I see that tornadoes go through 3 phases. And so there's the launch of the tornado, which Xi Jinping did when he talked about the initial vision of Belt and Road. And I remember at that time, I was at the China Academy of Governance, and I asked them, what is this Belt and Road? And they brought every single professor at the time that touched parts of what they thought the Belt and Road was. And I had a whole slew of questions. I said, I'm being bombarded with, what is this Belt and Road when I do my speaking around the world? And I would like to ask you all these questions. So I went through a huge list. And at the end, what I realized was nobody really got a definition of the Belt and Road. What Xi Jinping was doing was he was putting out this dream of a better future of common prosperity, initially through logistics, through infrastructure, and helping each country bilaterally and then multilaterally. It's this all boats rise together vision. But everybody has to do their part. Hawaiians call this, kuleana. Everybody has their calling to do their part in the service of creating this dream. And so I think we've gone through the launch part of a tornado. Now the question is, how do we keep the eye of the storm, all of us, calmly, with the center of gravity, carrying the initial beautiful parts of Xi Jinping's vision, and not get spun out onto the sides of the tornado, causing friction, being misaligned with that initial vision of common prosperity, not geopolitics and dualism, but common prosperity. And so the way that I described strengthening the tornado at this stage that we're in, we can have micro learnings, spin the tornado, go up the staircase. We can have micro celebrations, constantly, regularly, consistently celebrating every little win and any little, let's say, train station that was launched, or somebody did an MOU. All of these should be celebrated together loudly. And then lastly, micro asks. So we need to give every country a way that they can get onto the Belt and Road, onto the train, so to speak, in a safe way. And in a way that they can say yes or yes really easily. And so for me, we're at this third stage of strengthening the tornado, making it bigger and denser, spinning faster, and staying centered in the eye of the tornado. Now, we haven't got to the third stage yet, which is how do we jump through the vortex of the tornado to the future in an irrevocably changing way that society, no matter what we do from now, is going to understand that free trade between all these countries can bring solar panels, batteries that I need right now, lithium batteries in Hawaii. It's very difficult for me to get them. How do we make these beautiful, innovative solutions that are happening all over the world easily and equally accessible to everybody on the Belt and Road? So that's the vortex. That's the third stage. So that's what I would say. Rather than use the word balance, I would say stay centered and grounded in the eye of the storm.
Thank you, Peggy. Kalu, you are an expert in trade relations. What is your answer to that question? What is your answer to that topic of balancing out geopolitical, societal, and environmental interests?
So, first of all, I'm really happy that we are discussing about this project, because when we have the opportunity to meet the representative of the EU Commission, the Belt and Road Initiative is always a topic that it come out. Usually, when you have to move goods or people from one point A to point B, means that you're a passenger. Later on in China, I just come out from 70 plus day of total lockdown in Shanghai. So when you discuss about moving people, this is in China at the moment is not the priority. And indeed, when we had the opportunity as a chamber, but I believe we're going to come back on COVID-19 and the problem that brought to China and to business. When we are discussing a Belt and Road Initiative, as European Chamber, we prepare a paper few months back, 1 year ago, something like this, in order to show to people the real essence of all the talks that China was doing about this important project, the maritime Belt and Road, and so on. Well, we realized that among all the interviews that we have carried out to our people, just 15% of our survey company have bid on a Belt and Road related project. And on those that have only dozen or so won roles in a moderate project. So what does this mean? Generally speaking, when we are discussing a Belt and Road Initiative, we felt that this is a project oriented for state-owned enterprises, mainly Chinese, which they have a special access to the real bidding and the rules of the game. Let's say they master better than European the rules of the game. And on the political point of view, is an instrument that you may speak with politicians. For example, there are some countries that they are building highway now in Europe in order to connect, and the level of indebtedness really now creates problem to the leaders of the country. But the issue is they complete the task. So when we are discussing about the effect of the geopolitical of the Belt and Road Initiative, we have to also see the evolving of the situation, because the world that we have a few years back when President Xi surprised the world when roll out the project Belt and Road Initiative is a totally different world up now. In fact, living in China, now the Belt and Road Initiative is not the main slogan, let's say like this, that we hear repeating from the leading authorities in the country.
Thank you, Carlo, for your insights. So I can summarize that that as this question is a very, very broad question. It's a very difficult to answer it because it depends a bit on the capabilities, on the people, the countries which are involved, the level of readiness as well, and of course the economic situation. But on the other hand side, if we just look on the issues and the problems, it doesn't help us. We should look a bit forward towards a dream of prosperity, which Peggy mentioned, and of course, if we then see on all the actors at the front, we have to create, Carlo, a level playing field in order to see the rules of the game in a better and a transparent way in the collaboration. If I can summarize that first round in it. Yeah, but nevertheless, Carlo, you mentioned the evolving or the changing situation at the moment. We have the COVID pandemic, we have the conflict or the war in Ukraine, which affects at least direct or indirectly all the countries in the world, starting with the supply of grains or food, and ending with the issue of social impacts on the economic income of different people all around the world. So, Carlo, you mentioned we have to see the evolving situation and have to take it into account. But how can we do that? This is a very, very difficult question. But starting with you, Carlo, maybe. Do you have any idea how we can bring a kind of baseline level playing field into that endeavor?
So, as I mentioned, Belt and Road Initiative is a program that started in 2013, and there is also the road, Belt and Road, the maritime Belt and Road. Let's speak now about the evolving situation and be on the ground here in China, what's going on. Like we had, I live in Shanghai, and we had the city locked since March, middle March till June 1st. There are still some areas in the lockdown, and this created a massive disruption on the logistics. There were over 500 plus container ships in the harbor of Shanghai waiting for unload their cargo, which create delay in the production, which create delay in the normal business life of companies, European companies in the territory. We had the opportunity to launch a flash survey during this period of time, and we realized that over 60% of our respondents declare that they will decrease their revenue projection of the year. And this on the point of number of business and revenue. But let's see also that all this COVID pandemic situation brought on employment, on youth employment. Let's say this not finding an agreement on which vaccine is best or which vaccine should be used. At the moment in China, still the European or the American vaccine, they are not allowed to be injected to people. And so this created, together with the extreme lockdown, with the uncertainty that bringing now in China over 18% of youth unemployment in the country. So when we are discussing an evolving framework, I want to say that European companies for a long time choose China for the predictability of the economy, or the possibility to invest and know what's going on in 1 year time. Well, this the COVID zero tolerance policy created doubts on the headquarters back in Europe. In fact, a large percentage of our respondents decided to evaluate and to postpone possible investment in the Chinese market. This doesn't mean that European companies are willing to leave the country. Please. I make the point. This doesn't mean European companies are willing to leave the country, but indeed there are still some thought about which one will be the next step of their investment in China.
So you mentioned that is also depending on some environmental issues, or even that COVID pandemic has impacted the trade relations somehow, and make trade a bit difficult. Coming to another more global focus, Miguel, your point of view. Do you have any idea if you look on that issues?
So we're talking about how to sort of foresee what will happen in the future. This is an evolving framework, right? So basically, we cannot see the future, right? So it hasn't happened yet, but we could consider the trends that history has shown us. For example, we see Carlo just mentioned Xi Jinping surprised the world with the news about the New Silk Road. But the truth is that, or the way I see it, is that the world led China to surprise it, because we have not been paying attention to that. So we cannot foresee the future. We can just get ready for what could happen. And here I want to point out that the preventive attitude that the world should have, so that we don't get surprised by things that were actually in front of us, but we are not really acting towards prevention. We are acting towards reaction without having the tools beforehand. So I don't think it's really something that we can very specifically say, okay, this is going to happen, and so I'm going to prepare the tools for this specific thing, right? But we could use the form of the verb could happen. And so I rather be ready with this and that. The dependability that exists in the global, in the world is actually a sad result of how we have been developing globalization in poor ways. And that, create local crises based on global situation. It shouldn't happen.
May, please.
Yes, I would like to jump in. I totally agree with Miguel in terms of the importance of history, in terms of learning from it. And quite interestingly, I told you, Frank, I'm now in a host meeting in a conference called The Tensions of Europe, giving a keynote on a very similar topic on sustainability and Belt and Road Initiative. And I find it's very interesting because in this conference, the historians actually invited me to look at the history, the development of Belt and Road, looking at how it has evolved during, the last years, and especially then trying to look forward in terms of what has COVID done to it? Is it going to stay relevant? Is it going to become irrelevant? Or is it going to become more expensive and more embraced by people? I agree with Miguel as well. There's no way we can predict what's going to happen in the future, but what we can really do is to learn from, the different projects in the past, learning from how, communities and stakeholders actually embrace it or mitigate it, or how then they could react preemptively in terms of what's going to happen. So I think that's the important part, is to learn from history and past projects and seeing what we can do better in terms of mitigating or working with, these different Belt and Road Initiative projects.
Peggy, what do you think?
Well, I think it's interesting looking to the past. I often say, don't judge China based on previous administrations. Xi Jinping is Xi Jinping, Mao is Mao. So I guess, there's pros and cons to that statement. But it's interesting. Xi Jinping's, I think, PhD thesis, if you want to look to that past, was on rural revitalization. And today, Document 1 really emphasizes rural revitalization. And how do you do that? Through rail, through being able to make and then sell your goods, to ship your goods. And so I find it really interesting that all of this is converging. The high-speed rail, when I was first looking at it developing 2007, it first started in 2007. By 2012, 5 years later, China had the largest high-speed rail in the world. And I think now we have Laos, right, going down south with some, I think, a lot of activity. If you look at videos of people now taking that Belt and Road segment, they're very excited about the improvement. So I think that if we look at Xi Jinping's, past, the thesis, we know that the emphasis has now moved from places like Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and a lot of the resources are pushing people inwards towards the basically transit nodes to the rest of the Belt and Road. So again, I think the Belt and Road is a 2050 type of vision. So I'm not worried that it's going to stall. We're just having a little blip that the entire world is hitting the same blip. So it's not because of China or because Belt and Road is flawed in some way. This is a huge vision, and it has to happen. It has to happen because goods need to flow. And as soon as other people see, hey, Laos is doing really great, they're going to want the same thing, right? It's just like the way my friend Helen Hai, one of my friends from the World Economic Forum, Young Global Leaders, she started something called Made in Africa because she was part of an investment bank. She went with a shoe factory CEO, to Ethiopia, met the president, and the president invited them to start a shoe factory. And I think within 3 years, she made 3,000 jobs. and she started to do light industry economic zones with the president. And then this became 8 heads of state in Africa. So I think as soon as you have one pilot that works well, everybody else is going to want it. So I'm starting to see this in Laos. So instead of going up towards Russia, which is a little bit sort of dicey right now, and now because a lot of the rail goes through Russia, the European part is a little blockaded. We're going to see this huge push down towards Southeast Asia, more so than before. I mean, it was going to happen, but now it's more so towards Africa. So I think Belt and Road's still happening. It's just slightly shifting, right, in terms of where we're prioritizing our attention.
But all of you, all 4 of you, mentioned that learning from certain experiences, you cannot predict the future. You have to see micro projects and learn from that, and so on and so forth. Learning means the freedom to digest, on the one hand side, the experience, and decide free to change the movement or the idea. And what about the dependencies in the new Silk Road? Because many countries are really dependent because of financial issues. So they took credits and have to pay them back. They are somehow dependent on certain on China, for example, as one of the major financiers of the new Silk Road. So how can learn happens under that kind of dependency? Miguel, is that possible?
Yeah, so it's a hard thing, right? But Peggy mentioned something important, right? The commercial part or the trade part of the new Silk Road, right? And the truth is that there is no investor that doesn't want anything in return, right? And China is actually smartly playing on that part of, I help you to develop your economy, but I want something in return, right? So here again is about how much each country compromises their own reality or how much they want to depend on China in the future because of economic means. So China brings, so I'm 20 years living in China, so I might be a little bit biased because I was somehow formed in China in many aspects. But China brings something that the Western world, developed world, didn't bring. China brings money, specific projects, specific things that people see in infrastructure, that in the end, if this infrastructure doesn't exist, the rest wouldn't happen. Right? Sustainability wouldn't happen. So, and for that, China asked for something. Now again, so China can ask me for 50 years controlling the port of my country, and I can say no. And I can, go into the negotiation of I'm willing to give you this, and you can give me less or more. You understand? So it's about how we devise the negotiation based on future compromises, how we sacrifice our own countries for the money that we get today. How do we sacrifice this in the future? And this is what I think the West is not thinking properly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mai, you rose your hand. Mai?
Peggy, go ahead.
Well, I
raise my hand.
Then please, Peggy.
Hear
Sorry.
Mai's response to what I'm going to say, because I feel like whenever people bring up the debt trap, it's a little bit like they're holding a mirror up to their own face, because these countries are going to borrow from somebody. It's just not the Western world. So now all of a sudden is China lending and it's bad? I mean, it just seems like that seems very hypocritical to me. And at least China is being very open and honest that it wants something in return. However, it knows that it needs to be a long-term relationship. So it's not going to be like a shark and say, like the US, right? China bailed out US, is it in 2008 with all these treasury bonds? And then all of a sudden they printed more money and then treasury bonds weren't worth anything. I don't believe China as a whole is going to do that. Of course, there's bad corporate actors. The world is ruled by bad corporate actors. So I would love to hear Mai's response to no debt trap. This is just a mirror of hypocrisy.
Mai, then.
Yes. It was quite interesting because I actually brought up the same issue in my presentation, talking about hydropowers. And the main takeaway is that, hydropowers will have impacts no matter if they are built by the Chinese, if they are built by the Brazilians, if they are built by the Europeans, there will be impact. Okay, so pinpointing saying Chinese hydropower is environmentally harmful, that's the wrong approach. So I agree with Peggy is that, it's not just about China and as a result, bad things are happening. You see what I'm saying? Don't see the person, but see the project itself. So then it's really important, going back to debt trap, you're absolutely right. They have to borrow from somebody. It doesn't matter if it's China. And in many cases, there are other banks who refuse to lend the money. And as a result, the country couldn't have electricity. So then, it's not China's fault to lend the money because the others don't want to lend the money in that sense. So my point is really about every project will have impacts, Belt and Road or not. It's really about then how we empower the local stakeholders to be aware of the impacts and to build, the capabilities to mitigate these impacts, whether is it social, whether is it environment, whether is it, governance. And I agree with you again, Peggy, the corporate, I always say this very importantly, I have to work with the source of the problem. And who are the source? What is the source of the problem? It is the corporates, it is the companies, it is the people who are in the field doing these projects.
Yeah.
Because all this Belt and Road project is not the Chinese government. They are actually sourced out to state-owned enterprises, private companies.
That's right.
Some are even, bid by other, Western companies, as long as it's supported by AIIB. I've seen many projects in Belt and Road supported by AIIB Bank, but it is actually been, contracted to Western companies. And as a result, things.
What you just said what you just said was so important, which is if a lot of these countries need financing and they're not being financed. For example, Argentina, right? Why is it that we have 3 networks of bilateral currency swaps, right? It's because maybe the U.S. and their allies will refuse to finance Argentina now. So who does it turn to? Well, are you going to blame China for helping? This is why China actually is communist, because they turned to the U.S. for financing, and twice they refused to answer or to loan China money. And so China then went to Russia for financing. So I think that point is really, really important. Go. People have to dig deeper instead of just use these, scary terms like debt trap. Right, Carlo?
Yeah. Thank you, Peggy. Frank, can I chip in 1 second because I had some problem with the connection. So I like the debates on it, but I was on the idea that the Belt and Road Initiative was a project open to all the countries, not only to China financing project. If in the end is China financing the project, this means the other countries, they are not interested in this project. So Belt and Road Initiative lose the foundation. It's just a project of China lending money to other countries, create debt traps which cause political control. What we are saying as a European Chamber is, let's follow the international rules of procurement. Let's open the opportunities for companies to bid in projects. And let's see if international bank, they are interested to funding this project. If there is no appetite for this project, you may understand that there is not an economical project. It's just a borrowing money to create political pressure in order to have seen by a politician that you see this bridge, I did it, but now your nephew and the nephew of your nephew shall pay the debts of that bridge. That said, when we are discussing as what our members feeling in the Belt and Road Initiative, we get only the scramble. And in many projects, we don't even bid because there are not a proper economical return. That said, we are not discussing if US will borrow the money or EU or this. We are not. My discussion is on a perspective of European businesses doing business in China and the possibilities to involve their headquarters in the Belt and Road Initiative. At the moment, the question is the procurement, the rules of procurement is really unclear and not transparent. They are definitely not follow the international procurement procedure. And let's see now with the EU approving the international procurement instrument, what is going to happen to the Belt and Road and to all the state-owned enterprises there at the moment winning the bids. Thank you.
Miguel.
Yeah, I just gonna say something related to what Carlo just mentioned. And when I was consulting for government or business organizations in terms of doing business in China or entering China, cooperation with China, I used to emphasize the fact that the only area that exists in China is the gray area. And we need to really navigate that thing. So Carlo was saying there, the things are not clear. And it's true, it's really for Chinese people in general to speak clearly, it takes a little bit of time and you need to know how to navigate to reach that clarity, right? What the Western world is not doing is precisely that homework. How do you navigate through the gray area to where there is clarity? And for that, culturally speaking, it requires a certain social skills to break through the wall of acquiring a little bit the secrets. China has a very skillful ways to gather information from others and not to give too much information, see? And that's why China understands better what the Western world wants to hear and say it. And so when they say it, the Western world say, okay, so it's done. The Western world base agreements on the contract. For China, as I experienced it for those years, the contract is the beginning of the negotiation. So, understanding that should help the West to devise ways to get that clarity, right? Because if China has been doing this for so long, and the West continues developing cooperation with China, there is then something wrong in how we evaluate clarity from the side of China. It is a reality of China. We cannot avoid it. We need to understand how to navigate that reality.
But Miguel, I can double underline your argument, but that holds true then for all collaboration partners in the belt, for example, yeah,
it does.
Northern Belt. So it's not only the Western world; it holds true for everybody, every country who negotiates about the terms and conditions with China. So that means there is a high uncertainty or even a high level of not understanding the rules or maybe the hidden rules.
We also say in China, that the only certain thing about China is uncertainty. So, but my point is that we need to accept that that's the reality. So if we take reality in our hands and then we say, okay, if this is the reality, how do I navigate in this? See, that's the point. That we need to understand China from the Chinese perspective rather than from El Salvadorian perspective, for example. Like when China wanted to invest in the port in El Salvador, I advised not to sign a contract for 50 years, not to accept more workers from China as compared to percentage of workers from El Salvador. Because this is what is actually happening. But countries are allowing China to say that. If I offer you this and you say yes, now it's your responsibility because you say yes. Right? And Peggy said, at least China is being honest. This is what I can give you, and this is what I want. It's for you to say yes or no.
Yes, Peggy, after 2 seconds and after I will give you the word, just to discuss with Miguel. I am Italian. And I speak many languages, but today we decide to speak English in order to all of us understand each other, right? So if China is the second economy of the world and want to play and sit in the table with international treaty, with international countries, and want to have an international approach, we cannot say, in China everything's great, this is the way we are doing business in China. Because we are not discussing how to do business in China. We are discussing how to do business with China. And China should also understand all other countries in the world they are doing businesses. This is the way why the EU Commission implemented the mechanism, international procurement mechanism, or the screening on third-party investment, in order to say there are rules and regulations that we agreed in the WTO and so on, in order to be applied in the same way. If China implement this Belt and Road Initiative for investment, it's a great initiative. We are doing business, we are not doing politics, but give us the rules that we can understand in order to play the same game. Not that the referee wear the jersey of one of the teams playing the game. Because this in the end creates confusion. And yes, I can also speak Mandarin to referee, but I prefer to speak a language that everybody else understands in order to have rules similar and equal for everybody. Equal treatment and full transparency. Thank you, please.
So, Carlo, as a legal advisor, that is a clear double underline. I want to summarize this round a bit. I think we have to learn to negotiate with China in terms of understanding better the negotiation lines, the background of Chinese way of negotiating, and after signing contracts, Miguel said the negotiation starts then to find the specific agreements with the people. But on the other hand side, you mentioned as well the impact matters. So May and Peggy, you mentioned that of course the empowerment of the local stakeholders that matters in order to tackle the future challenges. So having said this, and even the international agreements which Carlo mentioned in his contribution, what role does the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, plays then in that whole endeavor, in that whole initiative? Because I think that could be a kind of reference point in the future development. So the 17 goals from UN, does it play a certain role in that whole initiative? Peggy, you are advisor for sustainability. So what kind of role does the SDGs play?
As soon as the SDGs launched, we had this whole, the World Economic Forum was like just behind it, and a lot of my friends are leading these SDGs in various parts of the world. But I have to be honest, I think in China, I personally don't see a lot of momentum behind the SDGs. I feel the reason is because they seem very like white paperish. They're not really touching the hearts of normal people. It's not like the propaganda red banner in my village that says clean water or a safe neighborhood begins with me. It doesn't touch me like that. So I think the true way to have impact is, again, pilots that work. China understands small pilots that become 2 pilots, then become 10 city pilots, and 15, then, the whole country takes over immediately. And so I think that for the SDGs to become real, we need to make it much more human, much more alive, and much more grounded for the ordinary, especially rural Chinese villager. So I'll say that. But I need to go back to what Miguel said about gray area, because I cannot emphasize to people who have not lived and worked in China enough. I cannot emphasize enough. People don't understand how far back Chinese people and Chinese government, Chinese corporate executives are in terms of learning how to work in the Western world. They only know the Chinese way. So yes, the Chinese have to work in the Western world, but we have to give them a little time. I think the problem is China's infrastructure has gone, it's like Yao Ming, right? But in terms of understanding Western culture, we're still crawling. When I started joint US-China collaboration on clean energy, it was out of these first public dialogues between US and Chinese government officials on clean energy. And they said to me, we have 60 memorandums of understanding between the two countries today, nothing tangible to show for it, because they didn't understand programmatic collaboration. And so they asked me to start this NGO so I wouldn't be handicapped by the government, but I would be supported by both sides. And what I realized was being a cultural bridge is the thing that will make or break success in terms of globalization today. In terms of whether or not the Belt and Road is going to succeed is whether or not we have people like Miguel and Mai and Carlo and myself and Frank, etc., working to create programmatic collaboration. Because the Chinese officials, I mean, when I can't remember which year this was, 2017, I think, I created the first class at the Chinese Academy of Governance on how to build trust with Westerners. They've never done anything like this before. And I'm not going to kid you, okay? I had 10 things that they should learn. The first one was how to smile with teeth. And I showed American Idol judges. I'm not kidding. This is how, the second thing was how to hug. And I literally lined people up. This is like the vice dean of the Chinese Military Academy level, that level of players, right? And the next day I was having a private breakfast with him, and he said, oh, they loved that, and they were practicing how to hug after dinner. It's so, give Chinese people a break a little bit, right? We have to understand where we're coming from and be a little bit more gentle in letting Chinese understand how to communicate. Don't just say, hey, they're sophisticated in every way. Because they're not communicating at this level, they must have nefarious intentions. That just isn't the case. It's just that, Miss Universes are still being trained on how to not use a knife and fork to eat bread at a dinner table. So, give Chinese people a little bit of a break.
Can I say something?
Miguel, yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just one thing that Peggy is saying, right? So give Chinese people a little break. And I might be wrong on this, but I will make a distinction between Chinese people in general and the Chinese government, right? So Carlos is speaking about negotiations with high-level authorities that give no clear contracts, no clear things, right? And that, I think, is part of the competitive strategies of China. Yeah? But I totally agree with Peggy. When I was in China, for example, hugging, I remember this case. I was given introducing my book, Egos at Work, and I say, have you ever hugged your coworker? And I was like, who wants to do that, right? So during the presentation of the book, I asked people to, hug each other. It was actually something very difficult to do. But again, there are two different pictures, right? Chinese people in general and the high-level officials who are dealing with international agreements, and those agreements are not clear. And I totally agree with Carlo. I mean, it's like if you are going to do business in the international community and everybody else agrees on this and you agree on this but you don't follow, then something has to be done. And here is that if China doesn't follow, we have to have something to be done and do it. But this is not happening. And that creates the vicious cycle of, coming again and again, but you didn't do it yesterday and do it today. So we need to act upon those things as well.
We reach a very, very nice moment. Yeah, please, Carlo.
I don't know if May wants to say something, but I would like to echo what we are discussing here. When we are discussing about target the China set, another one is important, is the one definitely for the carbon neutrality. That from 2030 the peak and 2060 the carbon neutrality. This was another message delivered by the presidents not so long ago, and as a chamber we made a study in order to find a common ground between EU and China 2030, 2050, because we want not always argue with China, but we want also to find places and grounds where we can find a positive, a constructive way to find common ground, let's say like this. And definitely the target of carbon neutrality in order to have a better world is something that we find our members believe that China can reach this target together with European companies operating in China, which means the sustainability will be improved, which means the environment will be applied in a fair, the protection of environment will be applied in a fair way, and so on. On the other hand, when we are discussing about enforcement of environmental law regulation, our members always inform that the treatment and enforcement against European company is a bit more strict comparing the Chinese SOE and Chinese private company. Regarding on the comment of Peggy, definitely we need to travel. It's important to come back to have a vis-a-vis meeting. It's important to have again a delegation coming to China, delegation from China going to Europe, to the United States, and therefore it's really important that at central level there are some need of change of the policy on the zero tolerance against COVID, because to China in Asia is one of the, if not the last country still requiring days of quarantine in the facilities assigned, while all around the world you can still go around with mask or without mask up to your wish. And this is really important, because if you are only speaking in via conference call or via phone, you lose the human touch. You lose the hug opportunity, Miguel, or you lose the dinner opportunity. That this is really important in many cultural heritage, not only in China, but in many countries back in Europe. And therefore, we are hoping that the steps taken by many countries in Asia, in Southeast Asia, for example, Vietnam, Thailand, Singapore, to mention few, that they fully reopen to travelers, to fully reopen to business people without quarantine, will be soon adopted also in China. And especially, we hope that this friction among which one of the vaccines best will be passed, and we will give the free will of people to choose which one is the vaccine they want to get job. Just to conclude, remember that China, in the biggest cities, they have high number of vaccination rate, but there are still over 250 million people over 60 years old that they did not complete the cycle of vaccine, or they did not get any vaccine. So it's really important to push these other cultural things, not only to give time on China to understand the world, but also China should understand that people should get vaccinated in order to get out of the COVID pandemic situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo, for that point. May, you have...
Yeah, just very quickly, 3 points. The first is going to Peggy's point of giving the Chinese a break. I've worked with a lot of Chinese corporations in the Belt and Road Initiative, and you're absolutely right. You know, they do have the will and they want to do things like ESG and sustainability, but they just don't know how to do it. And I've worked with them, I've trained them, I've gave classes to them in terms of giving them examples, like what you say, SDG is not like a, such a high level goals, which doesn't translate to real examples they could use on the ground. So I gave a lot of examples, so you're absolutely right. Give them a break because they do want to do something, but they don't have the knowledge or skills or tangible examples that they could use and apply on the ground, which is really, really lacking. The second thing is about, again, Peggy, you say you gave a class of how to build trust with the Westerners. I'm going to throw the question back to you and say, why don't the Westerners give a class to the Westerners how to build trust with the Chinese? You see what I'm saying here? It's like, why do we have to ask the Chinese to change their way of greetings so then they can gain trust from the Westerners? And then I lead to the third point, which is Carlos' point, very, very good point, common ground. It's about negotiating, it's about coming together, it's about finding the common grounds, the common norms, the common regulations, it's about the negotiation, it's about the compromise, it's about finding the right spot where both parties can say, okay, this is how we can work together. I don't have to hug if I don't want to hug. I can just have a handshake, doesn't matter. But I think that's really important. And I think for all Belt and Road projects, really, in order for it to work, is finding that common ground. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, May. So I think you well summarized the discussion to find a common ground to understand each other. And I can tell you that the Western world company members, staff, and so on are trained into to move and maneuver in China without any frictions, and vice versa. I think in China the people are trained into the Western cultural issues. So I think there is a way of trying to understand each other already. But on the other hand side, I think the level playing field, which Carlo mentioned many times, needs as well to be negotiated. And when I see, Peggy, you mentioned that the SDGs are a kind of white paperish, difficult to understand for companies. You mention the same thing is here holds true in the Western world. So our companies are really have trouble to understand the SDGs, and we have to translate it into practice. And if I combine the point of Miguel, for example, who differentiates the difference between the normal citizen and the government affairs and government position, so to say, then this SDGs needs to be translated into the daily activities of companies in China, and this is a governmental affair, so to say. So the Chinese government has to take up this role, as well as other governments in the world does it for their countries. So and I think if that holds true, I don't know. That's a kind of hypothesis from my side. If that holds true, then we have to translate it into the new Silk Road affair as well. So if we want to have a change towards, or a transition towards sustainability in the future, we have to translate these SDGs or that what is sustainability about into activities and into understandable baselines, base grounds for companies and all the other actors within the Silk Road. So otherwise, I think we have a problem. What do you think, Peggy? How can we do that then?
Yeah, remember when I was talking about this, the one way to spin the tornado is micro asks. So I think the issue is that the SDGs is like, we've got to get to no poverty, right? No hunger, etc. But like, just give people the first step, the first staircase. And I think that would be really helpful. The other thing is I advocate for people who really want to bring a better future faster to start by envisioning the future. So you have to be the James Cameron that designed the Pandora world in Avatar. You have to be Willy Wonka who created the chocolate factory, right? And it needs to be in such detail that you can taste the lollipop flower, that you can dive into the chocolate stream, and that it's more real, that reality is more real than the protagonist in Avatar's world, right? And so what we're doing when we have a white paper or a whole bunch of statistics for the SDGs is we're not coloring in the detail of that beautiful future that Chinese like to say begins with me, right? Because once you then co-create all these, like a Pinterest board, a mood board, if you will, if you're an architect, right? Then everybody subconsciously will be attracted to that future. And if they're attracted to that future, they'll subconsciously say, this is my part in making that future come about. There doesn't need to be a plan. There doesn't need to be a campaign. There doesn't need to be a protest. People just be magnetized to subconsciously to help in whatever way their super genius, their superpower allows them. So I don't know if that inspires somebody, but I really think the Belt and Road, just some Willy Wonka needs to show us what is 2050 in the Belt and Road when everybody can go all up and down Laos to Singapore, and of course Malaysia and, all the other Southeast Asia. Well, what does that look like when in one day I can go from King's Cross to Singapore or Beijing, right? What does that look like for the person who's commuting? When I first moved to China, it was unimaginable that people would commute from Tianjin to Beijing every day. But now with the high-speed rail, you can. So those are the details. Like, what does it feel like in a business class seat on a high-speed rail when you're commuting, right? You need to get to that level of detail, and then people will get really excited. But the SDGs, I hate to be a party pooper, and I try to support my friends, but I really think that whole approach of the SDGs is just wrong. It's just not how humans talk. And you can't convince people to create a whole movement of transformation and behavior change with numbers, because numbers numb. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. But on the other hand side, numbers shows us maybe the environmental costs which you create if you pursue your 2050 vision of traveling from there to there. We have to consider as well maybe the limits of that aspect. Maybe I'm too German in that round. Miguel, please help me out.
I'm sorry, but I want to help Peggy. So one important thing is this, right? Peggy is talking about the whole document is not how you talk to human beings, and this is true. So from a psychological perspective, I use a lot of NLP in my negotiations. Peggy calls the New Silk Road a tornado, and that represents disaster, okay? So we can call it a tree, for example. You put a seed, there is a trunk, there is branches, flowers, and fruits, something like this. But again, so what motivates the majority of people in a country to work individually for the whole country's sustainability situation to get better is what really matters. And so I agree with Peggy, this document should be translated so that people can understand it and feel motivated to work on this. I failed for years and years, I think. I failed in moving people from this behavior to the other because I was basing my approach on rationality. At some point, I realized that I needed to emotionalize, allow me the word, rationality to be able to rationalize the emotion after that. And this, in human terms, is what it has to be done. Now, this document for agreement between governments and stakeholders, that's all right. But then in the end, they are not going to be doing the job. is everybody in every country doing it, and they have to understand. No, they have, here against me, rationalizing. They have to feel it so that they work on that. It has to make sense for the majority of people. Otherwise, it will be another document, and there are many of those who remain somewhere in an archive without delivering what we are trying to do. But I also agree with you about numbers. When it comes to rationalization, then we go back to this and say, this is what it's cost you, right? And then maybe that red numbers will hit you emotionally in your pocket, and then you will say, okay, so let's work on it, right? So there is value in everything, but the beginning of it, in human terms, is emotional, and so we need to get into that, even if it is, a political thing. I mean, how do presidents get actually people to follow them? They touch people emotionally. I remember a friend of mine from Russia back in the years in the U.S. in China. She was saying, you know why people voted for Putin? Because he speaks the way Russian people like to be talked to. See, and that happens everywhere, basically. Right? So we are forgetting that in the business world or in the international, serious negotiation. We are dealing with human beings still, regardless of, what we are discussing.
Thank you very much, Miguel, for that German number crunching argument as well. So you're my friend, you saved yourself. I think you mentioned a very, very good thing together with Peggy. So emotionalizing the sustainability and bring it then to the cultural environment in order to create motivation. This is something which we need. But on the other hand side, that happens not like manna falls from heaven. It somehow needs to be triggered, I guess. Yeah. So this is maybe as well, again, a westernized perspective on it. But on the other hand side, I see it worldwide. I've spent some times in Asia. I've spent some times in Africa as well. If you don't use a bit of nudge in order to make people thinking about it, you will not reach the momentum and the motivation. So how can we bring in the motivation to respect sustainability or the SDGs, be it then trickled down to a level of understandable baseline? How can we bring in the new Silk Road? Because at the moment, in the negotiations between countries and China, for example, there is nothing like that written in the contracts or something, as far as I guess. So how can we bring it in, or is it something which is then by accident happened? May.
I'll jump in and start this. This is another round of very interesting question, I think. I see there are a couple of ways. First, of course, people say make it mandatory. Have some standards, global standards that every contractor or every project, and we already have some of them in place, in terms of financial guidelines, in terms of, and Carlo mentioned about the international procurement standards, and this will actually help to entrench sustainability into their actual business practices, because it's a compliance issue, yeah? But we do know that compliance is a very, in some countries on the grounds, despite having those rules, you might not have compliance. But that's a very different set of issues we are talking about there. That's about enforcement. So that's one way of doing it. But I would like to go again with Miguel and Peggy that if we really want to talk about sustainability, you can't do it from top down. Top down is not the way. Top down is just, if you're just using regulation as a stick way of trying to get people to do things, it will not work. I genuinely believe, partly because from my background, I'm an educationist, so I believe that you have to come from bottom up. It has to be entrenched in everyone's mindset in terms of what is sustainability, how we can do it, what we should look out for, how do we embed it in our business practices, not just business practices, but in our everyday behavior. And that's where education is important, that's where awareness is important, that's where training is important, and these are the things that are very much missing in that sense. I mean, you know, governments are trying to do this, schools are trying to do this, universities are trying to do this, but it's still not enough out there, I believe. That's my take, because, you know, if you put it in a class setting, it's still not good enough. It needs to be everywhere. So I'm sorry I'm idealistic in that way, but I do believe that for sustainability to work, it has to be entrenched in everyone's mindset and behavior.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Can I give the business point of view? This is something is happening. It's not something that you can postpone already. There are European companies that are already following this. And many of them are already based in China. Last February, the EU Commission promulgated the EU Directive of Sustainable Governance, in which tried to push forward the companies in order to see if there is any violation of human rights in their supply chain, if there is any impact on environment. And this is something that will affect also European companies that will operate in Europe. So then, if you want to raise the standard, if you want to be a global player, then you should also follow what the other legislation are doing. And this is really important, because there are also some state members, like Germany, that are already looking into implement some supply chain law in order to seek if there is any labor force violation inside your supply chain, upper level and low level. And this is something that indeed is a movement which shall, I agree what we were saying before, shall start from the top, but shall be embraced also from the bottom, because in the end it's the consumer that will make the difference. If I'm going to buy some t-shirt with he got some cotton where we don't know where it come from, or if I will... Oh, sorry for that. I mean, in the end, consumer will decide which product we will going to buy, because this will have indeed an impact on the price of goods. And we will say, do we want a t-shirt from with cotton from special region, or we want a t-shirt where we know it's certified, it's sustainable, no damages in environment, and so on and so on. It takes time. This we have to say, but the EU started. Now this directive should be approved by the EU Parliament, and after countries, state members will have 2 years in order to adapt their internal regulation for it. And to link what we were saying
so
before.
I think you mentioned a very, very good point, because I said at the beginning that setting up the infrastructure with a new Silk Road maybe is one thing, but at least to make trade within the new infrastructure between the countries within the new Silk Road, and the conditions for trading are relevant as well for sustainability. So you mentioned the directive, the due diligence directive of the EU, and the CSRD or CSR directive, which is going to come, reporting directive for companies. So European companies, if they want to get a supply from other countries through the new Silk Road channels, maybe have to see from where the pre-products come. So do you think this is something which is also considered within the new Silk Road, that kind of understanding? Because it goes beyond from infrastructure.
It is something, it will take time, but it's something that is the direction is set. because this is what the consumer at the moment wants. And consumer in the end are the human being which will appoint the politician that they will run the countries. So this is a circle that is, the infrastructure is the first step, but after you will, this is the hardware, but after also you need the software in order to get the project going on together. So I'm optimist in this direction. It's a long way, but, and indeed politicians should see that the final price should not be paid by the last one, by the consumer, by the citizen, because this is something should be shared during all the value chain.
I think we reached anyway the end of this session. As we stated as starting point, it's a very difficult topic, sustainability and the new Silk Road as a topic, but because it has so many dimensions to be considered: cultural dimensions, infrastructure dimensions, geopolitical aspects, the understanding between the countries, negotiations, but also common learnings and trying to deal with time perspective, with a longer time perspective, and maybe develop through different stages of developments within the whole endeavor. But I just want to end with this round with a suggestion. I would like to suggest you a sentence which is not a finalized sentence, and I would like to finalize you the sentence. And the sentence which I would like to offer you is: the new Silk Road is a success when maybe Miguel, do you have any idea? When is the new Silk Road is a success, when or if?
Yeah, so I would say that it is a success when we are able to acknowledge our differences, because rather than that, we will be setting up regulations and systems that don't apply to different contexts.
Peggy.
I think fundamentally the Belt and Road is about infrastructure connectivity. And so the initial phase, if everybody is able to experience a high-speed rail trip, I think it'll just completely change their sense of what is possible for travel and commute and, you know, who they can hang out with as friends, etc. So that might be, you know, sort of a lower level in terms of the Maslow's pyramid than Miguel, but I think it's a good first success metric.
Thank you, Peggy. Carlo.
I would say that is another instrument that we have in order to improve the infrastructure in the world. There is still a lot of work to do it in transparency, in international procurement, in fair play treatment, and indeed we should think as the European also the European connectivity platform. There is an instrument present there, but indeed is not well communicated as our Chinese friends are pushing the Belt and Road Initiative in international media. We should learn from this, and as Europeans make it be better.
Thank you, Carlo. Mai, the last sentence goes to you, please.
Thank you. I have a very interesting one for you guys. The new Silk Road will be a success when it's a win-win-win situation. Win for the Chinese government, win for the host government, and most importantly, win for the local communities. That's it.
Thank you very much. Super. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for that round and that very fruitful and very diverse discussion on different levels. So I thank you very much, Professor Dr. Mai Tan Mullins, for joining us, Professor Peggy Liu for joining us here, having Mr. Carlo De Andrea here with us discussing, and of course Dr. Miguel Angel Serna. Thank you very much. Have a good day, and I wish we could meet in the future somewhere in person. That would be very, very nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was another very intensive and exciting discussion. I still have the words of Peggy Liu in my ears. She said, "What we need is a Willy Wonka of sustainability. Someone who combines passion, empathy, and a bit of dreaminess." Peggy, you're absolutely right. Back to reality. Our program is unfortunately coming to an end. This was the second Global Goals Forum with participants from all parts of the world. I received the information from the control room that our speakers joined us today from more than 18 different time zones. That covers virtually the entire globe. This is good, not only because we see ourselves as a global forum, but also because the questions of our time can only be answered and solved together and everywhere. We hope that the forum has prompted other questions which we can discuss in a future event. In this spirit, I sincerely hope that we have inspired you with our program. My name is Muriel Leonie Graf, and on behalf of the Macondo Foundation, I would like to thank you very much for your participation and interest in the Global Goals Forum. Thanks is a good keyword. Many people have contributed to the success of this event, and so I would like to thank the many helpers on our behalf. This applies in particular to the planning team around Josefina Molinari and Vivian Dobra. We would like to thank Gesa Weber and Marion Lenzen for the design look and feel, and Gabriela Ensing, Milena Knob, and Sonja Schäferling for their editorial contributions. We would also like to thank the recording team of Thomas Merkos and his colleagues. And a very special thanks also goes to the chair of the Macondo Foundation, Dr. Elmar Lenzen, for the conception and ideas. Stay healthy, stay sustainable, and we will see you at the next Global Goals Forum at the latest. Until then, goodbye, auf Wiedersehen, Zaijian, adios, and au revoir.